Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio² with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host. Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess. Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in-game is a noob. And Mike as someone who turned up and won't go away.
Hello everyone and welcome. Happy Monday, and that means it's time for some more space exploration with Krastorio² and so on and so on. So how are we doing today? Let's see. Last time.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it.
Hello all.
Hello everyone. Hello Mike. Hello Mark. Hello Johan. Hello Samuel. And hello Mike again in the other chat. Welcome to the stream, everyone, and whether you're on screen or off screen. Yes, hello to Mike the Pest. That's right. That's quite right. Hello Topaz. Welcome. So we had a really good stream last week, I think, where I managed to get both the production science and the utility science being well produced and but not being produced but not being utilized. So we've got a few ideas for this week. One of the first thing I need to do, or very high up on the list of things I need to do, is deal with all of these junk data cards that have been pouring out of the science production, because these are all going to clog everything up and then lead to all kinds of issues later on. So what I need to do is then basically feed them back in over here, and I could probably just put them straight back into this this splitter here and prioritize them on the input, and they'll just go. No, hang on, no, they'll have to go over here. Oh, I've actually started putting the belt in, so they need to go onto here once they've been cleaned, and then they can be reused and just go round and round and round forever. There are a few other things that were coming out that need to be dealt with, I think. I'm trying to remember what. Oh yes, there was some there was various types of cosmic water that need to be cleaned. So in here I've got the contaminated cosmic water that's going to build up and build up and build up. So I need to put in a sort of a recycling facility as well to deal with that. I've actually got these things written down in a to-do list. I don't know why I'm trying to remember things. Yes, so there's that. Ah yes, and then also over here we're pulling all of the liquids out of barrels, and is it here? Somewhere around here. Here, we're pulling the liquid out of barrels, and then we're crushing the barrels down into steel, but the belt is filled up, so I need to deal with this. Let's do that right now because it's easy, and I've thought of it. That's a warehouse. That's far too big. So I'll put down a steel chest there, and then a loader and an unloader like that. Actually, no, like that. There we go. So that'll provide a bit of a buffer, but I still need to deal with these because it's not getting used up downstream in sufficient quantities. Maybe it will be. We'll see how that goes later on. So that's a big thing. I need to increase the amount of these oily gunks that are being brought up because well, as you can see, we've run out there, so that's another thing. And then check on how, and then basically just keep an eye on how the two sciences over there are getting on. The next big thing will be to modify these labs over here, to upgrade them to the space labs, the really good ones, because that, and then put in better modules into them as well. That'll make everything seem to effectively be a lot cheaper and probably quicker as well. So those are my top priorities for today. I should probably let you know in a little bit in advance that there won't be a stream next week because I'm away and busy. However, so for that reason, we're calling this the end of Series 1 of Space Exploration, and we'll be coming back again the week after with Series 2, where we shall start working on exotic new space technologies. So far this time, as I say, we've got up to all of the Norvian sciences done. We've got ourselves into space, and we're starting to scratch the surface of doing things in space. We've got a couple of weird extra resources coming in with the vulcanite and the cryonite, and then in 2 weeks we'll start looking at more of all of the exotic things here and there. So those are my main things to get on with. Let's make a start on that. So if anyone else has anything they want to talk about there, if they have big plans for today, then now is probably a good time. Or if not, if you're just sort of going around and tidying things up, then that's fine too.
I'm mostly just going around tidying things up on the grounds that all the major tasks that I had have been achieved.
I've just confused all my bots.
Similar.
Okay, yeah, well,
Okay.
we've got to quite a good point now where lots of stuff has been what's the term? Most of the stuff is sort of not finished, but in quite good position, quite well positioned for whatever's going to happen next. So we can get. So yeah, we are. A lot of the things we're going to be doing is going around and tidying up. So as I was saying in the video, which I'm sure you've all watched, there are various little bits and pieces that are not quite right down on Norvis that need a little bit of fixing up and in improving. But that shouldn't take a huge amount of effort, I imagine, because it's mostly pretty good. It's mostly working. We do have a big shortage of vulcanite. However, that's not really something that can be fixed without going off to strange new worlds and doing things out there. But then for anything else we want to do, we're going to have to go off. Well, we're going to have to look into much more advanced things. So I suppose I should actually look at how I deal with these junk data cards. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? So junk data cards, we can just pulverize them in a crusher and get rid of them completely, but I don't think we want to do that because they're kind of valuable. Instead, a much better idea is to put them into a supercomputer with cool thermofluid, which I think is probably the one I've already got. Yes, it is. Good. And then reformat them. And now this is a rather lossy process because a full 30% of them are going to get broken in one way or another. 29% of them come out as broken data cards, which we then need to turn into scrap and junk. The other 1% just somehow disappear as if by magic. So yeah, we'll need to keep an eye out for those and try and work out what's happened to them. But I'm assuming that magic is involved somewhere along the line. So I think I'm going to want to have multiple computers doing this job, because as I remember, what do you mean can't build on empty space? I filled all this in. So I thought I did. Maybe that one there isn't filled. Okay, there we go. I think
Is this one of these weird ones where it thinks that the asteroid is empty?
It was. I think it was. There was an edge. There was a bit of edge space on the asteroid that I hadn't filled in. Probably due to fail. But it was a little bit weird. I put this slightly too close in.
Be honest about it.
Let's do that again, but one square further away. Put that in again. Try it again. Put it there. Let's go a little bit further, just in case I decide I'd rather have it even further away. Right. So there we go. Now I can have the pipes coming out like this to bring in the warm thermofluid, the cold thermofluid, and over here to take out the warm stuff. Bring those back down there, and then these need to go across here. So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna do it straight out like this. Let's see. This is going to put them on the outside of the belt, probably, which is going to put them on the top side. Okay, actually, no, over here. Yes, actually, that will go on the same side of this belt as these ones are. So that's convenient. It means I can have a single half belt flowing around without getting without getting it sort of double stacked. So put the inserters like that, and pylons like one in the middle, it turns out, and like that. That'll get all the power in there. And now I need to think about the thermofluids. So that's down here like this.
Laurence, so
Hello.
you're aware you can now request immersite crystals and plates up in orbit, and they will arrive.
Ah, awesome, thank you.
Not at a high rate, but eventually.
They'll sort of dribble in as and when required. Yeah. No. Oh, it's a 9 and then some. 1, 2, 3. I've got to put a 5 in there, and it's got the funny business in the middle with the join, hasn't it? Yes, there we go. Yeah, I think hopefully I won't need the immersite particularly quickly. We shall see how that goes though. Right, and then we need to take the warm stuff out over here somewhere. Now, where's that pipe? Here it is. Yeah, I can put in a couple of long pipes in here. I think like that. I think the best way to do this is going to be to bring it down even further, like this. And then loop the pipe up and round like this. 1, 2, whatever. Actually, because I think at some point in the future we're going to run into UPS problems, let's try and design in a reasonably UPS friendly way, even from the start. So this is a mostly empty pipe, that's good. You guys are going to be doing the data card reformatting, that's that one. Right, that's that sort. I say, oh no, it's not. No, it's not. Because I forgot I need to deal with the with the broken data cards coming out of here. So, I mean, I could just dump them straight onto the scrap belt, but I think Tristan will be upset because those are going down to the bottom. So what I actually need to do is put in a recycling plant. I need to split out the junk data card, the broken data cards from here, like this.
It depends exactly what you do.
I was thinking if I just load them all into the rocket and dump them down to onto the thing down at the bottom, but no, they need to be sorted out. It's fine. I'm working on that now. So the broken data cards, that's that one. Yes, come out to that side. That's good. Not you. Right. So this can come out this way, and then we can bring them back up here. And I think it's I'm pretty sure it's a recycling plant. Hello, Peter. Welcome.
They go to scrap. So depending on stack sizes, you can send them down if you want.
I'm halfway through building up a thing to deal with them, so I might as well just keep them up here. I think sort them out up here, because I do intend at some point in the future to be dealing with scrap up here, because we're going to have to for when we start doing material science. But for now, I think it's probably not.
At that point, we might be sending it down by train.
It's true.
Or
it's possible.
After that,
I don't know. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I mean, we could send stuff scrap down by train to be dealt with. I suppose, yes, because trains are going to become an incredibly cheap way to move stuff up and down, aren't they? So that actually might be quite a good idea. That, I believe, just turns the data card straight into scrap. Let's check that. So junk data card turns into broken data card, which turns into scrap. Yep, so that's a really, really easy one. We can just feed them away. There's a scrap belt down here somewhere. So actually what I'm going to need to do is fill in all of this space down here to get me to that scrap. Basically get me down to the scrap belt, which is one of these ones down here. So oops, that was not the right button. So I need to fill in all of this. Oh, this is a lot of stuff. Like that. Give the bots about 3 weeks to perform all of this, and then we'll have that sorted out as it's supposed to be. No, there we go. Right, so we're going to I can then run this down through 1 million underground belts and pass it off down the scrap system at the bottom. So up here we are going to be turning. It's a shame you can't just turn everything, any sort of junk into scrap, isn't it? Now which one is it? Oh, that one. There we go. Found it. Right, and then here now we actually do have the blank data cards, and we can put them on here. Yes, there we go, and it's stripping them out nicely. Good. That's now working. So we do have a backlog of junk data cards to work through. Now we'll give this a few moments to see if it catches up and see if it manages. Yeah, because this does seem to be getting shorter. That said, I do have rather a lot of these that I need to chuck in the computer like that. So that's going to slow it down a little bit. But you know, it'll get things working for now. Once we've built all of this up, we can then get rid of the scrap. So that's going to be that dealt with. And then the next thing is going to be over here. Is going to be the this cosmic water that's just got a bit gross and gunked up. So we'll need to deal with that. But there's plenty of space in the tank to fill up with for that. So it's going to be a little while until it actually becomes a problem. Let's make some more 15s. Right, so while that's running, presumably everyone else is now ticking off the things on the Norvian updates list. So there's not a huge amount.
Yep, I'm happily taking stuff out of the warehouse to shame that should be on Taishikuten and turning it back to Taishikuten.
Good. That was that in the list? I think it was in the list.
It is on the list.
Excellent. Oh, I can start. Right, yeah. Let's have a look at another science pack, because we've been looking at this and we've realised that there's another data card. This one here, the optimization tech card, and this is another thing that's kind of required for researchers, and is sort of. It's a thing that we can probably make at the moment, because it takes the blank tech cards, which we've already got down on Norvis. We've only got them down there at the moment, so we'll need to start shipping them up. But it also takes optimization research data. And this is a made-in-space thing, as you can see by the fact that it needs a space manufacturer. But it takes speed modules, heat shielding, both types of immersite, machine learning data, and lube. And those are all things that we have up in space. We have all these things are things we have made. So I can start requesting these immersite doohickeys, and I can start requesting the speed modules, and we'll have everything. It'll all just be there and available, and I can whack it straight down the bus and build another science pack up over here. That said, I think I would prefer to do the other, what do we call them? The get the science labs upgraded first. So I think yes, that's going to be my first major undertaking. I think. See how far down we can take this. I say first major undertaking. The first top of the list is still going to be to get rid of this scrap because it needs tidying up. So let's make this a bit smaller. Yeah, I seem to have a few South Africans in my gaming circle, whether it's on stream or in playing GTA with us or whatever, that sort of thing. Yeah, there seems to be quite a few of you guys around. Yes, is this a scrap output? I believe so. Yes, it is.
Laurence, you said that the efficiency 1 station for the modular city isn't fueled. Is in this one here?
I think he says speed 1.
Maybe
You meant speed.
Maybe I meant
But
speed.
it is. This is also
It's
fueled.
also fueled.
Which is also fueled. Yeah, I'm just really struggling to see which one it is that's not fueled.
Yeah, the efficiency 1 certainly is. So I think let's assume I got confused and looked at the and somehow missed the belts going into it because yeah, they do all seem to be fueled. So
They're also all currently fueled at the other end.
okay.
Just
Well,
so
no harm. No
as
harm.
a reassurance for if we're all being blind now.
Yeah. Yeah. Pass. I'm afraid.
That's right.
It does look like I got confused. Hang on. What's going on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it pops up. There's supposed to be a double gap here. Oh well, never mind. That's going to be well, it's not going to be that problematic. But yeah, so I seem to have messed up my my bus spacing a little bit here. We've got the correct gap through here. That's 5 rows. But then there's supposed to be enough room for this to come up and then go back down again here. So this belt should not be there. This belt should actually probably be underneath this one. I don't know how. Well, I do know how I've managed to do that. I just sort of miscounted, I guess, and put it in the wrong place. But actually, yes, this should run all the way along here. In fact, maybe I'll put it in. I'll move it. I'll be good and move it down to where it's supposed to be. Even if it does mean I'm going to have to put down a load more of this. Like that. And this. And this. Okay, that'll get that sorted out eventually. No, well, it won't actually, but it's the first step on it. Okay, so that's taking that away. I've got the science coming. Oh yes, I was going to go over and mess around with the what do you call them? Science labs. So first things first, I'm just going to come over here and I'm just going to pick everything up like this. So I guess actually second things first, or other way around, I need to decide exactly how I'm going to route the belts. Now these are all coming through the gap here, so I'm going to leave that there, but the new labs are going to be a little bit wider, so I'm going to basically pick up everything from here and all of these, of course. Nom 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 nom. Oh, I've set off Marc's alarms to say we're short.
Well,
We have science problems.
just wanted to point that out.
There we go. Stopped them going off. In fact, let's pick up all the inserters because the new labs are going to be bigger, more effective, and just generally better. So all this stuff, please. Oh, it's going to get the other bots to pick all the rest of it up. I don't really want stuff to disappear. Oh, actually, no, it'd be okay if it disappears into the warehouse of shame. The warehouse of shame is at the top of the chain here, so it'll end up in the right place. That's actually okay, amazingly. So I can put all these sciences in here. Just dump them all in there like that, and that'll take them out of circulation for the time being. So I now need to. Have we researched the big labs? I can't remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. Okay. So what do I need to build one? And because I'm just going, we'll probably only need 1 or 2 of these, so I'm going to do them in my pockets because there's no point in setting up a machine to make them. But I need big electric motors, processing units, low density structures. Oh, I need the lithium sulfur batteries.
Yep, I'm working on that.
Cool. Are you working? Actually, if I put a request, can you chuck a few into when you've got some? Could you chuck them into the Robo network and I'll?
No, as in I'm working on getting them into the rocket.
Oh, okay. In relatively small numbers or huge numbers?
In the number you request. Coming off the bus.
Oh, okay, cool. In that case, I shall look in here. Which one of these you have some space? You have some space. So I shall request some batteries here, like They can't be a resource. They must be in manufacturing. There's the normal batteries. Where are the novelty batteries?
They are in manufacturing, I think. Bottom right, but
I found them
not
by
quite
searching.
okay.
Right, I've requested 100 of them. Let's at least put down a ghost of the lab now. That means I can start building things around it. Oh, could you? Would it be possible to chuck some tier 3 productivity modules in as well?
You'll have to talk to one of the other two about that.
Hey, other two.
Yes, sir.
No.
Is there any chance I could get about 20 productivity module 3s? I probably don't actually need 20. 6 or
Modules is Mike.
Mike the
I'll have a
module.
look. Productivity 3s, 20. It's a definite maybe. There's 93 in stock.
That sounds like sufficient. That sounds like more than 20. 20
Yep.
might be slightly over the top, actually. I mean, it depends. If I put in 2 of these labs, I don't know how many modules they take each. I suspect I've been guessing at 6, but I don't know that for sure.
There is a train on its way to you, Mike, or to the station for those.
Okay, I'm just waiting for my equipment grid to get, or for the box to resupply me. And I'm standing next to the warehouse of shame, and they're not supplying me from them.
Oh, you're there. Okay. I'll send the train
Hooray,
back.
pipe
then.
spaghetti. I'm not even sorry, because it enables me to get the belts to do what I want them to do. No, it doesn't. Oh, ah!
Okay, Mike, a train will arrive in the train stretcher station. If you get in that,
Train
it'll take you up to
stretcher.
the right place.
Sorry, train stretcher?
Yes,
I know what you mean.
it's the station that's called train stretcher.
That
That stretches trains.
doesn't make anything any better. And you also can't see it on the map. Let me turn a few of these things off. Don't need to see that or that.
Yeah, I don't know how you find things when a station name pops up like that. I have a feeling I know where it is, but
Oh yeah, it just opens.
oh, it doesn't. They're just called
Yeah.
like and subscribe. Oh, there it is. Train stretcher. I mean, I know what it's for. It's for when we've got a rather short train. We want to bring it in and double it. So it's a convenient place to do that. But
I still can't see it. I'm going blind. Oh, yes.
oh, Topaz says says these labs take 6, so I need 12, possibly 18. Let's go for 20 for now, because that is more than those.
But
It's
okay.
what you call a sufficiency. Right, we're going to have to do some
Where's
funny
the-
shenanigans to get the next science pack in, and we might have to move this melting machine, but for now, things are sort of okay.
There are many things that upset me about bits of this logistics system. There's random buffer chests near the warehouses of shame that's just got a whole load of belts in them. Next to the warehouses of shame, which have also got a whole load of belts in them.
What chest that has belts in it?
It's mostly splitters, loaders,
Have I got some sulfur batteries in lithium batteries?
and that
in
sort
here?
of thing.
I don't see any, but they'd have come
We've
out
got 1,000.
first.
Oh,
So they'd be
that
down
I
here.
don't know what that is.
1,000
Yeah, there they
speed
are.
2 modules are just sitting here. Who was it was complaining about my having a little bit of a belt with some stuff on it as being too inefficient?
Who was it who complains about the warehouses of shame every time they come up?
Me.
At least the warehouses of shame are sort of accidental and can be dealt with.
This train stretcher thing, Tristan, you wanted stuff in that, right?
Any
Yeah, if you get in that, then it will drive off to the right place. If you then put any
motors.
productivity 3 modules in it, it will drive off. So put the right number in one go. At which once you've done that, you can just forget about it and it will tidy itself up.
Anyways, what I like about this is the way that I'm having my hand absolutely held to make sure I take the right train to the right place at the right time, put the right product in it.
To be fair, I was just trying to be helpful.
Oh,
Mike is a bot.
apparently you can't make a lab in your pockets. I mean,
No,
of all the
20
limitations.
3 modules. Take me with you. Thank you. Sorry, go on.
of all the random all the things you can and can't build in your pockets. I mean, to be fair, it is a massive, massive building. But still, it seems a little arbitrary that that's the one thing that the Space Science Lab is just a random thing I can't build in my pockets, even though I can make, I don't know, a nuclear reactor, or maybe I can't make a nuclear. And you can make all kinds of equally big and ridiculous buildings. But never mind.
You're not questioning the realism of Factorio as a game, are you, Laurence?
Not the realism, no, just the consistency.
That's a
Okay,
fair
Peter.
point.
Well, I'm sorry to hear your power issues are still issues. But well, thank you for coming along for as long as you're able to. And the stream will be available as a VOD, so hopefully you'll be able to catch up later. So, but thanks for being here for a little while anyway. Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe solar over here in the UK would be a good idea as well. Right, so that's one lab made. I won't have those the good productivity modules yet, so I'll put some of that in there. I'll fill it with speed. I'll put the tier 2s in at the moment. So if we do want to do some research, we can, but we've only got plus 36% productivity at the moment. So that's going to be, I was going to say it's going to be really slow. It's not. I mean, it's still running at research speed of 2.4, which is it's 50% of what it would otherwise be running at, but it's not too bad. But if I fill in a gap here, I've got a feeling I got a free beacon, so I'm going to use that if I can find it. There it is. Does it have? I don't have the. It doesn't have the range for me to put it over here. I need to put it here underneath this belt, which is mildly unhelpful. I could put it there. There, that'll work. Let's put it in
You've
there.
got underground belts, right?
That. And then I can fill
What did
that
you
up
say?
with speed modules like that. Whoosh. Blimey, 8 speed modules. Crikey, so that's brought that back up to a speed of 15.6. But that might, I wonder what's done to my power consumption. Oh, well, there's no research being done, so that's why it's acceptable still. But, well, yeah, that'll do. And then we can have a belt going underneath there like that. And would you like any more? Okay, that seems to have cleared out all of the junk in there. Right, let's go and finish off that. Speaking of junk, let's go and finish off that scrap belt I was faffing around with, and was waiting for the. I was going to say waiting for the bots to build all the space scaffolding, but apparently the bots ran out of botishness or something. Now I can get rid of all of this.
Logistics first.
Yes. Was just thinking about that.
No, we haven't got the productivity 3s in yet. This is going to be expensive. I don't actually care. I think it's fine.
Where did you get the batteries from?
They came up in a rocket, so I used them.
Oh,
That was
right.
the
They were
single
delivered by
most
bots.
suspicious thing I've ever heard you say. Where'd you get the batteries from? They came up in a rocket. Don't ask questions.
So, because of the storage chests at the beginning of the bus,
Oh, I see.
they were brought over from that.
So
By
you're
bot.
saying that the rocket is getting supplied with probably just about everything by bot instead of by belt?
No, because you put some negative things for all the belt stuff. It's just that was a new belt thing.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Didn't have it added. So I'm now
Right.
going through adding the things like that and the immersite.
Right. Okay. And we're going to need an underground bit over here somewhere. So that goes from there. Oh, and I'm going to need to put in a bit more of the scaffold diddling. Like this. And then we can replace that down here. Hurrah! Ridiculous underground belts to the rescue.
You will also need blank tech cards.
That is true, I will. And speed ones.
Speed ones should already be sorted.
Why is there a... Oh no, those do get made on Norvis. Okay. The flip side of that question is why do I appear to not have any space assembly machines up here? And why? Also, how much nonsense is there in this warehouse that shouldn't be there and should be passed on to the next one, which is miscellaneous infrastructure type stuff? Let's do that. Oh no, I couldn't do that just yet, could I? Because I needed to wait until I decided what was going to go onto here. So there's Yeah, well, let's make this one the speed 1 modules, because those are going to be coming up, and that means that can now be programmed. So we'll also put in here. Now, does everyone remember? Now, I'll talk about how this works again in a second. So what we've got here is a system of inserters that will pass down anything that's not supposed to be in this warehouse here. So we will link the warehouse to the box, and there we go. They start passing stuff over. If we look at these, you can see the white list is all stuff that shouldn't be in this warehouse, and therefore it shouldn't be in order to be passed down here. So we're passing through things like steel chests, provided chests, all these sort of bits and pieces until we've cleared out all of this chest and all of the stuff out of there into this one, which is where we're now putting all of the infrastructure. And in a moment, we're going to start using this one for lots and lots of different things as well. So we're going to need to do all of this again, but a bit at a time. And now when we do get a load of tier 1 speed modules coming up, they will find their way down into this warehouse, and then they'll go out this way. So that should work quite nicely. How am I getting on? Let's see. Thinking about the things that I was supposed to be doing, I have right. So we've got science happening. Could somebody let me know if they noticed that the productivity 3 modules have found their way up, please? I assume that they're probably in a rocket by now, and the rocket won't have launched.
They are in the rocket.
Okay.
Would you like to request some of the cards?
Okay. Yeah, let's
Because
do that,
that
'cause that's
will
gonna be a thing that's
that
needed
will add
really soon.
to it
It's
in due course once
blank
these
tech
belts
cards,
finish
isn't
being
it? So
made.
let's check that.
Yes, blank tech cards.
Okay. All right. Let's just take Tristan's word for it. I'm happy to believe him.
That's what I'm sending you.
How many is a good number of those? Let's say 5,000 for now, because we are going to absolutely rip through them. Okay, so that'll load
It's
those.
two per tech card that is for research.
Which way around is that? So I need 2 of those to make a research card.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
It's 10 to 5, but yeah.
No, it's about 8 o'clock. Sorry.
Ayo.
Yes, the loaders are filtering. So along here we've got, for example, this one. We've got low density structures coming out here. We've got steel plates out here. We've got heat shield tiles here, rocket fuels. So each one of these loaders is filtered to only send out the correct thing. And this seems like a much better way of creating a bus than having bots bringing the stuff out, which is the way I did it last time and was absolutely horrible. Because using bots in space is an abomination unto Nuggin, as they say. No points for that reference. It should be pretty obvious to me. I expect there's a fairly strong overlap between Pratchett fans and Factorio fans. I'm not sure why I think that, but it just seems likely.
Is it just because you like both?
I'm sensing that might be his logic.
I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to justify myself. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can justify it, but I feel like there should be an overlap. So let me know in the comments if you're a fan of one or not the other, or possibly if you're a fan of both, or just generally, yeah, let me know. Right, so looking over here, science does seem to be progressing quite nicely. We do have a bit of a shortage of. No, I say I have a shortage. Yes, we do actually have a shortage of machine learning data. So I think I need to put in some more of that, because this clearly can't keep up. That's true. Space exploration planets are all disks. You're quite right. So maybe that's the link that my warped little mind is making. Okay, so we need this again.
Tristan, are you gonna build the chests?
And again. And what the hell? Let's do another one. Best to have too many than too few, I reckon.
Yeah, sure.
Annoying. So these buildings are slightly too big to have a pylon on one side, power both sides of it. What have I done? Oh, damn it.
Wait, Mark, I'm helping. I'm helping. Whether you like it or
no,
not.
it's pronounced melting. Like, melting.
I think French is pronounced moulding.
Oh, you're losing your hair?
Do you still
That
have
won't take
some
long.
red undergrounds? Right?
I do not. I'm afraid I've used them all.
Yeah.
I only brought 500 with me or something like that. I still have 50 small straight ducts, 38 T-junctions, some cross ducts, some non-return ducts, duct intakes, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I know we need red undergrounds. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't want to know why
I'm
Mike
going to
stopped
go back and
boiling
get some more
ducks.
stuff.
It's probably just because he's gone quackers.
Eyo. 2 of my construction bots appear to have been stolen.
That sounds careless. And also, like, you probably can't realistically blame me because I'm not even on the same planet.
I'm taking an educated guess that they tried to put something down when something else was in the way.
Oh, so you think they're sort of just sitting there going, well, sooner or later there'll be room for this, I'm sure of it.
Yep, pretty much.
Until they fall out of the sky.
Yeah, basically.
Do they do
Potentially
that?
destroy the
I
thing
suppose
that's in the
they
way.
They might, yeah, they do fall out of the sky, don't they, of course.
Yeah.
That's not... What? No, how do you use up contaminated cosmic water? There we go, this is better. So you can put it in a barrel, or you put it in a decontamination-rising facility, and you get out pure cosmic water, contaminated biosludge, and contaminated scrap. This all sounds very familiar. I feel like I've encountered... I remember encountering this puzzle before.
Looks like you've played this mod pack before.
Yes,
Or
that's
one of
why I
these two mod
rephrased
packs.
what I was saying to. I've seen this problem before too. I've encountered. I remember. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Answers on a postcard. Decontamination facility can go about. Let's put it there. Yeah, that's probably all right. It's going to bring in. It's going to bring in goo. Specifically, this goo. That's far too short, Laurence. Try it again. In before obvious joke. Goes there. Then we can bring this gunge up to here. This.
So, other than red underground belts, Mark, what else is a priority to bring with?
You are going to do
That. I
I
don't
can
know.
bring a load of wood to kickstart things, for example.
No, wood we
out
don't
of
need.
here. Gonna get a bit of everything.
Any, I think greenhouses you can get. Any power, gas power plants.
Once again, that's
Um,
really unhelpfully designed. I mean, it'd be nice if it put the two outputs both on the same side, so, or even the three fluids it uses on opposite sides, so you wouldn't have to run a pipe out the middle. But never mind. I mean, if this is a thing I can deal with. It's not a serious problem. It's just a little bit untidy.
I assume, Tristan, it's you that's deconstructing the buffer chest?
What?
The
No.
buffer chest here. Oh, it was Mark. What?
Right.
Maybe I just go mad. I thought it was Mark with deconstruction, a whole load of bots, and he swarmed to it and stripped a load of stuff out.
Yes, that's a buffer chest to request the belt stuff so the bots don't have to fly that long.
Yeah,
It's all the way
makes
down
sense.
here. Gosh.
Also, all the fancy chests are now available.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, fancy.
Oh yeah. Fancy that.
As in, they are available in the logistics system.
Ah, even better.
Maybe to the oh, the bigger ones we can't do yet. Okay.
Oh, have we not researched big
Oh,
warehouse,
no,
logistics
no.
warehouses
No.
and things? Okay. All right.
I have
I can.
412 bots on their way to me.
I've just. This is not going according to plan. Why? Are you just limited by? Yeah, this is just limited by how fast it can run. Okay. Hey, No Guard, welcome. Yeah, there was another building where I noticed a similar sort of. I don't like the way these liquid inputs and outputs are arranged. I would have done it differently, sort of thing. I'm not sure which one it was now, but it was. Yeah, there was definitely somewhere where I had to have a pipe coming out of the middle because there wasn't room for it to come. I couldn't have them coming out of the top and bottom. Basically, just out of left and right. Basically like this. Now my current problem is that I don't have enough space scaffolding. So let's go and get let's put down another machine to make the space scaffolding. So I'm using it at such a rate, it just simply can't keep up as it is. So I've got a bit of this. Is it going to be enough to put down another space scaffolding machine? I hope so. So let's see, that's the minimum size. Okay, so put it at about there. Yes, I do have enough. Excellent. Put in another one. In fact, you know what? Let's just copy paste this because that's what bots are for, right? Take that, put it in again there. Then we'll link that up like that, and that up like that. Oh, pants. I'm supposed to have one of those in there. And then some undergrounds like that. You know, for tidiness sake, let's do that, because then I'll be able to drop another one in later should I need to. Okay, so now we are building away, and these, conveniently, these are both connected to the logistics network. So they will continue to run until there's 8,000 available in the logistics network, not until there's 8,000 available, not until there's 8,000 in the chest. So we should eventually end up with the same. We should end up in the same position we would, even if it wasn't running quite like this, and even if it was just the one machine running. But both of these are running at a speed of 28, which is quite impressive. And that's running, and that's with all the tier 2 speed modules I've chucked in there. And we still have a little bit of power headroom available, even with the lab over here running at a bajillion times speed. Actually, it's not running at a bajillion times speed. It's not running at all at the moment because we've run out of productivity science. So that I think means we don't need the second one up here. And that's okay. So that's all right. But yeah. I don't have any biosludge at the moment. Oh no, that's not quite true. I have 350 contaminated biosludge, which isn't a huge amount, and also 350 contaminated cosmic water. I'm tempted to rip up this system here and move it down to the other end of the bus, so I don't have to run pipes of contaminated goop all the way down the whole damn thing. I think I might do that, but not just yet, because actually at the moment these are cleaning out my my life support containers, but these are filled up to 350 out of 25,000, so it's going to be a very, very long time before either of those becomes a problem. So yes, back down here, how are we getting on? Badly. We still need a lot more of this, but that's mostly for getting rid of the cosmic water, which actually has filled up now. Let's see if I can. I'll get out the my own one of these, my own little supply of these tiles, and just fill this in myself. It feels like cheating, but I want to get this up and working. Can I fit another one in? I can. And then it's going to be underground pipes all the way down from here.
I can bring in gifts of underground belts, greenhouses, bio things.
perfect.
Where do you want to go first?
Bio
underground
things.
belts, please don't place them randomly, but alongside the filter belt.
Yep.
Basically, start. Where is it?
Don't put them down completely at randomly. Put them down where they're supposed to go. That's a good
There.
job.
Starting there. Gotcha.
Right. Why do we not have any prod science coming through?
Once I
Do
turn
I
the
need to
box
prod
on,
it?
obviously they're just going to put down whatever's nearby.
Yeah.
Why are you sad? You don't. Oh, you don't have any orange clouds. Why do you not have any orange clouds? Because you don't have any chemical gel. Why do you not have any chemical gel? Welcome to Factorio, ladies and gentlemen, where I run back along here going, why do you not have any of this? Oh, we've run out of petroleum.
And,
oh, of course, petroleum gas. I
Like to
remember.
the south as well. So just follow the belt, please.
Okay.
So these,
No,
yes,
not there. Not there.
these need to be at least an order of
Bad
magnitude
box.
bigger.
How far to the south?
Just follow the belt till it joins the other belt.
Okay.
Is Mike doing it wrong?
No, he's doing great because he is the best.
You sent me to follow this belt.
Holy
I'm
moly, that's a lot of power.
Sensing some troll.
No. Just follow it.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep
And
going.
then think about what you've done.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I see where you're going.
To the left.
There is actually a bit
left,
where.
left, Mike. Left. At the wall.
Eh?
Yeah, there's some
the
underground
left.
belts there that need putting down. Here and here.
Eh?
Oh, and also up at the wall
So
as well.
confused.
Just follow the belt.
Follow the belt, but do it slowly enough that your bots can deal with it. Where's he gone?
Okay.
North.
Ah!
Did you never play Piper Mania when you were younger?
No.
Right. Yeah, that seems to be good now. The
Right.
trick-
Okay. And then I saw following the belt along. There's a. Yeah, brought greenhouses and everything.
It's a lot of filters. That is a lot of
Wrong way
filters.
to the-
Jeez.
Long way for the greenhouses.
I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it matters that there's a sudden huge flood of them coming through, but it does look a little crazy. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is this belt that Mike is attempting to follow. Now appears. Does this go? Have you extended the belt to go the one that was going around the entire factory before?
Yes.
Crikey.
Of course.
Right. So yes, there is a belt that goes round all the way around the outside of the entire factory now, carrying filters to clean up the air all the way around. Hey, Madman.
This is why when the request was to bring greenhouses, and then I got told to follow the belt south until I found the thing, I just assumed I was being sent on a loop around the entirety of the factory as a troll.
Sounds like an excellent
I would
plan.
never troll you. Never.
Your nose just grew by a foot.
Nobody wants a foot coming out the front of their face.
Ew. I shall just go along here then and put things in.
I'm not sure. I'm going to need pipes of contaminated goop down over here, no guard. Yes, but I don't think I'm going to. I think the only thing that uses contaminated goop up at this end is the is the life support packs cleaning. So if I moved that over here, then I could keep all of the contaminated goop in this little corner over here, and just have a goop frenzy over here. Madman is suggesting we should just use our the ghost train for the power plant.
Oh, we are.
Rocket has launched.
We are as well, but it's a speed thing.
Ghost train will take a long time because it needs to place all the roboports, and it's
true,
a train to place each one, essentially.
Yeah, I suppose it would be.
Whereas
yeah,
I can just fly along roboports. Actually, let's request those.
You could go up there and fly around with just roboports to place.
And power.
And power, yeah.
Yeah, substations basically.
Rocket has arrived, Laurence.
Woo! Thank you. Let's go and save on science packs, because now. Oh, do you think it'll be in here? Oh no, yeah, there's still stuff in here. Are they in here? I don't know where to look. There's some science cards there. I thought that was you pinging the rocket landing pad to tell me where to look. Oh, there we go. There's the prod 3s. In fact, I managed to find them before they got eaten by the system. Stop it! Go in there. Right, so now we've got prod 3s in here. That means we are now running at a research speed of 12, which is still plus 140%, so that's not bad. We're running faster than one of these machines has any right to run. And a plus 48% productivity. So now that's knocked our research costs down by a third. So that's not bad.
The limiting factor is the science.
Yeah, the problem that we have at the moment is that we don't have any prod science. But that's so we should have had a massive quantity of oily gunk belts come up now. So specifically petroleum. Yes, the petroleum is now starting to flow again. Although the pulverizer is only just able to run fast enough to deal with all the barrels that are coming through. Let's give it some more exerters.
I feel I should point out that the belt that goes way past the lab means that there's a whole load on the
There
belt.
are. I do
It's just
intend to
not
put
gonna
in
be
a second lab at some point. I just haven't done it yet. I wonder if I should put in another pulverizer. I think I probably should, because this is definitely not keeping up. And I think... Well, I don't know. It is filling up buffers at the moment. But still, I think I still want to put in a second one of these. Also, I don't need that many of those. So you copy that to there. Thump.
Don't mind me.
And that to there. And put one of them in up there. And that should power everything. Right, there we go. That'll help quite a bit. It'll double the rate we can use these up at. We can produce we can crush the barrels down at. It does mean this tub down here will fill up far more quickly, but that at least is a known problem and one I will have to deal with at some point, but not right. But that point is not right now. It's just fairly soon, and it keeps the supply of steel up here. No, well, I mean, what? We don't want to use logistics to refresh the air filters. The air filters are miles away. Well, some of them are miles away. If we try to use the bots to fly the filters all that way out there, it'd take forever. No, that seems like a really bad idea. I mean, we could have them in little clumps, maybe, like the sort of traditional outpost system, and use bots on that at that sort of distance, and then bring them out to them by train. That would work. But
Does anyone else get the feeling that suggestions are being made just to troll Laurence?
it's not impossible. But you know, I need to engage with chat. It's got contaminated biosludge coming out here, and the contaminated scrap coming out as well. Let's deal with the. Well, I've got the scrap on a belt that's looped back up there. So let's deal with this one first. I could put it in a delivery cannon and make it somebody else's problem. Or here we go. This looks much more sensible. Use logistics to place every third belt on the bus. How do you intend to use logistics to place belts, Mike?
I don't know.
Okay.
You're the one who likes logistics. Presumably, a construction bot can carry logistics. Can carry a thing, and that's part of the logistics system.
I suppose you could have a construction bot carry a roboport and logistics bots and the various chests required to make them work with each other. Does that count?
Exactly.
So you chain them along.
It's not stupidity; it's intelligence.
You haven't demonstrated that.
So would this be 2 roboports, 2 yellow chests, and a bunch of bots and whatever you need at the far end?
Probably.
What I like about this suggestion
maybe
is that
three
it's
roboports and a trench coat.
What I like about this is it's quite clearly a stupid suggestion, and yet I've got people actually seriously thinking about how to make it work.
Have you met us?
Oh.
Yes, I have.
Scrap decontamination, that's what I wanted. So that's okay, that does require good cosmic water on the input. Like that. That feels like a weird way to belt that in. In fact, I could just do that, couldn't I? And make it slightly less weird. I'm going to need one of those there. I'm mildly intrigued that we haven't had any scrap come out, any contaminated scrap come out of here yet. Oh, there's a 1% chance of it, so this is pretty unlikely. But it'll probably happen at some point, so I do need to have a system to deal with it. So that'll produce the clean scrap and... Oh no, sorry, there we go. It'll produce clean scrap, a very small chance of uranium, and contaminated cosmic water and contaminated biosludge, for goodness sake. Yes, I do remember the trials and tribulations of this particular... No, not there. Setup.
The back and forth.
Yeah, exactly.
In theory, but they're all such tiny amounts.
Yes, but you still need to deal with them, because otherwise
Yeah.
your tiny amount will clog something up at some point, you just know it.
Yes, persistent. That does look like a very familiar roundabout.
Bam, ba, ba, bam, 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 ba, ba, bam.
Just saying.
Are you two trying to dox each other?
Maybe. I think some friends and I had a McDonald's there. Admittedly, it's quite some time back. But yeah, not that long ago. I say quite some time back.
Quite some time back, but not that long ago. Mysterious.
Yep. That's the level of mysterious that I'm going with. It was when COVID restrictions started easing up and we were allowed to actually meet up in groups and go places.
You were so glad to go out, you didn't mind that it was McDonald's.
Yep. It's about one of the only places you could go out. You're the one posting photos giving away your location, persistent. I mean, should you be concerned? Well, that's up to you, isn't it? Fortunately for you, I'm not a GeoGuessr champion. So
you have apparently GeoGuessed that roundabout though.
Yeah, but I've actually been there, so it's slightly different compared to a photograph out of a window, for example.
Yes.
I'm not necessarily going to. Well, this is the bit where it turns out you actually live literally next door to one of my best mates or something. That would then be a whole separate.
Or on that roundabout. And by
well,
on, I actually mean just off, I think, really, because I don't think anybody actually lives on a roundabout. Hey, Tristan, how would you feel if uranium turned up in the scrap rocket?
For a moment there, I thought you were going to say, how do you feel if you lived on a roundabout?
Hey, Tristan, how would you feel if Mike turned up in a scrap rocket to your house?
So, currently, that would get dumped into a purple chest. And so, the only problem with that is that a bot would fly it over to the core processing area.
That's probably okay. I mean, as long as it doesn't, until it drops it and somebody picks it up and dies horribly from radiation poisoning. apart from that, it's absolutely fine. I mean, there's
So
not
next radiation death is Lawrence's fault.
That's what I'm hearing.
There's not going to be very much of it. There's a 0.1% chance of it being produced from something that there's already a 1%. No, yeah, a 1% chance of being produced. So it's a very, very small amount of it, but so it's quite unlikely. Also, this cosmic water pipe is filled up because I don't have a guard against producing too much of it. Damn it! I forgot cosmic water was going to be a byproduct of stuff, so that means I need to come over here and put in a tank. Where should I put it in? How about down here? Yes, so I'll pull that out. Then I can put in a tank like that. Wait, I
I'm
need a pump.
tempted to add more filters
Yes,
out,
put that
so
there.
it filters at that and any ores you send down for some reason, or any ores that get landed on this landing pad specifically would just get handled, and they could. At the moment, they'll be sent by bot, but I could put a belt down the train line, basically.
Currently, I think there's sufficiently small amounts coming through that that's not going to be a worry. However,
Ooh.
we could consider that as a potential for the future.
The alternative is I throw them on the scrap belt that already goes over to basically the same place.
and then filter them off the other end. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That makes sense for the ores. Yeah.
Yep,
Right, so
I
there we go.
will add in a bunch of splitters to that.
This does mean that these science packs are only getting made by brand new cosmic water, I think. But I think I'm okay with that. And this will hopefully stop this overflowing. We've got this now to fill up. We've got 13,000 in there, so that machine has stopped pumping into there. And there's plenty of stuff down here that does use the cosmic water, like this stuff down here that make. Well, we've run out of oil, petroleum gas again already. Oh, for goodness sake! Have we? Here it is. No, it isn't. Here it is. Yes, we've used up all those 1,000 barrels of petroleum gas I requested have just gone straight into making cosmic water to make this gunge over here. I'm starting to not really like this this idea of bringing stuff up in barrels because it's a pain in the proverbial.
But it's. Oh, I suppose we could do oil processing now.
We could do coal liquefaction. We could do methane gas processing.
Oh, that's not as efficient because we can't use productivity models up there.
True, but we use a completely different resource. We use methane ice, which is dug up on an asteroid belt on the far side of the solar system, of which there is a massive quantity.
Alternatively, we put up with it until we get the space elevator.
That's
Or
a
spaceship.
possibility. Yeah. Well, that is currently the limiting factor in sciencing. So let's see how much is in the well, we know how much will be in the spaceship. It'll be 1,000 barrels. Let's see how full. I don't mean spaceship. I mean rocket. Let's see how full the rocket is. Where is it? It's down here somewhere. Here it is. Rocket. You have. It's basically mostly barrels by the looks of it. Jeez. Yeah. So we are transporting a lot of barrels. Not to put too fine a point on it. Even the lube is dropping behind. Oh.
It's vitally important to not run out of lube.
There's always time for lubricant. But we don't seem to be running out of lubricant. There's only like 20... There's only like 40 barrels of it in this rocket. And the rocket is very nearly full. Look how fast this rocket's filling up because it's all the low density stuff, like low density structures. And quite a lot of steel plate and sulfur and petroleum gas. And here comes a load of iron. I think that's iron. And yeah, the petroleum gas barrels are still coming in. Well, yes. Yeah, lube. We have plenty of lube. We've made sure of that because, as you say, we don't want to run out of that. We could process the uranium on site up in space, but given that it's a 0.1% of a percent, so 1 in every 10,000 times that machine runs. No, 100,000 times that machine. 100,000 times that machine runs. I don't think it's particularly necessary.
Laurence?
Yes.
You... give me a second.
What am I giving you a second of?
No, I just wanted to start the the
Sentence.
what's it called? The free power, new free power.
Oh, okay.
But I'm missing a pipe, so
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we're going to watch that and because the way it all goes green
Yeah.
is kind of cool.
I'll steal a pipe somewhere, and then my second is over.
Yeah. So well, the first couple of acres of free power. Jeez, that's a huge power station. I can't get over the size of that power station. And how small and puny might
People
seem in
complained about
comparison.
lack of power. They're
Yeah,
not allowed
yeah.
to anymore.
And Marc is attempting to make sure that doesn't happen again, so fairly emphatically and thoroughly and so on. So onically. So let's have a look at how much power we're generating at the moment. Currently, we're at production of maximum production of 2 gigawatts. So we'll remember that. I say we'll remember that number. It's going to go up quite a lot more because only a third of this is going to come online when Marc puts this pipe in. But still, that is
Yeah,
still
pipe is
some.
going in. Are
Okay.
you with me?
Yes. Bonk. Bloop. I saw a flicker of water and then
Yeah.
it stopped flickering. Is that just because it's being drunk up by the
I assume so.
thing? So no, it's
Let me
not. It's
check.
not going into. Oh, hang on. Where's it going? Oh, it's going over here first. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be
So-
going in. I think we might have a water shortage. Oh,
No. It's going somewhere because we have like 6
This
offshore
one's
pumps.
there it is. There's one active.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Maybe when it's this sort of scale, you don't get quite the same sort of effect.
That one
Yeah.
there's got a couple in
Oh
it.
yeah.
That's got a couple
oh,
in
yeah,
it.
that's starting to grow up now.
Yeah, there's a few here and there.
Yeah, there we go. Now they're spreading out for up there. Ooh, and one over there.
Oh yeah,
and
the,
a whole lot
here has a whole load.
Oh yeah, lots around here. Yes. So yeah, as you see, the color changes sort of sweep through in a somewhat arbitrary and random order as the various greenhouses fill up with water and start actually growing the trees. And the green trees, of course, look green because they're trees. So they go a lighter shade of green as they grow. So this is one that's started, and presumably as they get to a higher percentage, maybe I don't know how much animation there's going to be on these. This one's at 12%.
I'm slightly
so-
surprised we don't now have serious power issues.
You mean because all of these are taking power and not actually producing any?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't
But
seem
we're
to have made a
fine.
great deal of difference.
I think we've maybe gained 0.2 gigawatts of used power.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking on the power graph, this red line here that it's going across here and then it goes up to about here.
Oh yeah.
On the scale of, well, we've got these core mining drills taking 300 megawatts. It's not that much of
Yeah.
a power jump. It's fairly significant, but it's not that. It's gone from like 130 to 180. So
Yeah.
it's a 50 megawatt
From
change,
125
and that's
to,
pretty
yeah.
insignificant on the grand scale of things.
And the greenhouses are still climbing as well.
That's true. Yeah, they're still coming online and filling up with water.
Yeah.
Have you actually done the math? I wouldn't put it past you to have done the math.
No.
Okay, so these 6 pumps might actually not quite be enough.
They will most definitely not be enough. I'll just add some on the top left as well.
Yeah, makes sense. Persistent says it looks like Grimsby. What, with all the trees?
We should be getting some wood out very shortly.
Ooh. Yeah, I think these might
There's at least-
only have 2 colours. I think they have dark green and they have the light green. I don't think they have
Running
various
and not
different
running.
many different shades, which is
I
mildly disappointing.
think I've placed all the robot pots down.
Awesome.
Woohoo.
Right, wood is coming out now. In
Yay.
certain places.
Hooray! He says, trying to find any. Oh yeah, some happening
Oh,
there.
yeah,
Some
in the middle.
wood shenanigans going on down here, and this is starting to produce some of the methane, biomethanol, from oxygen, wood, and steam, and eventually that'll get squirted out into these pumps, and then these. Oh, there we go. Chug, 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 chug. Should
gonna be
biomethanol
running.
produce thick black smoke? I'm not sure. I don't think we really care.
2.2, 2.4.
If only we knew a chemical engineer we could ask questions like that of.
Yeah, 2.3, 2.3, 2.2, 2.3. Well, it's actually lower than the peak power production from before. I'm not sure why it's lower than
So
it was.
it's
51
0.2
minutes ago.
per section, it looks like.
Why are we generating less power than we were 51 minutes ago? from gas
Was
power
51
stations
minutes?
specifically.
Okay. I do not know.
Oh, it's because solar is. It's because it's daytime, so all the solar's running.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't hit full
So that's
demand.
priority, yeah.
Okay, there we go. I understand now. I'm happy.
2.5,
6.
2.6.
Yep, that's going well. Lovely. So
That'll just
you're
keep
sending up
climbing.
so many barrels that you don't need to send any other steel. Crikey. Yeah, you see, that's sort of what horrifies me. That sheer is not sending up the steel in the form of barrels, although that is a little bit horrific. But just the sheer number of trying to send that many barrels up, that you have enough steel to supply your entire system. This is now a quarter full, so I am definitely going to have to do something about that. However, we should now. Oh, we are. Yes, we have a plasma making, so we are plasmifying. So there we go. Some arrived, and it's all gone immediately. Do I need more plasma generators, or is it just that there's a shortage of input? No, there's plenty of input. I think I need more plasma generators.
Mike, are you after something to do?
Yes. Why?
If so, could you build the ghosts that are down there, please? So we can start getting rid of all the coke that's in the warehouses of shame.
Take
The ghosts are down there. Certainly.
Thank you.
put it
Where is there?
there,
Oh, there's
there. Ah, I've fallen off the world.
Just go down and do that.
Stop the world, I want to get back on. Right, oh. Would work, except I dragged it because I'm a muppet. I mean, I had a sort of reason for dragging it at the time, but it's just broken.
Yep, I have picked up a whole load of junk that needs to be. It's an inventory and a half of things like stone and wood from the power plant that need to be shipped away, and I'm now on my way down to build some stuff for Tristan.
Cool.
You could dump the wood into the greenhouses.
Okay, so as long as the
that's
chemical
not
gel production keeps up, I've now quadrupled the amount of plasma that's being made. So that's going. It's going. We are producing more of it. We do still seem to be short of machine learning data rather impressively, even though I quadrupled that earlier. Now, is the belt of science filling up? That's my next question. Yes, we are getting quite a backlog of utility science, so eventually that'll stop being quite so demanded. But at the moment, we are very, very short of production science. I've improved, I boosted that now. We've got more plasming. There's still none in the pipe, but hopefully it'll eventually catch up with that machine. If I can get these machines both running steadily, then we're producing science at the rate we intend to be producing science at, that we reckon we can maintain throughout the entire game. But in
What's
the meantime,
the limitation on production science?
plasma. Which is why I've just quadrupled the amount of it I'm producing.
I assume, Tristan, that you want some power poles here as well.
It's just getting.
Yeah, that would be good. I assumed whoever put the warehouses part in, put them in, but apparently not. Thank you.
It's not getting
You're
produced
welcome.
quite as fast as it's being swallowed up by the production system. Wow, that is using a lot of plasma. Let's put some speed modules in it, I suppose.
The person who put the warehouses in, Tristan, was you, apparently.
Oh yeah, you're right. 2 of my supercomputers aren't working. Well spotted. Thank you.
Oh,
So it
I don't
turns
remember
out
doing
there's
that.
a pylon
must
in
be
the way.
last time.
There we go. Let's fix that. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Now we can get twice as many machine learning data coming through. That seems much more reasonable than what we had before. I'm stuck on this belt. Yeah, so this
Are you
plasma
wanting to
production,
take this back,
not
Mike?
quite fast
You
enough.
take one back.
The train back to that point.
The chemical
Yes.
gel does seem to be keeping up just about. This has been at about
Okay.
half full pipe for the whole time. In fact, I think it might be filling up very, very slowly. Yeah, it's got 41-ish. So, how much does it take to make one of these? It's 10 chemical gels. It's not a huge amount, and it produces 100 plasma stream. So let's do the maths on this. So it's 60 seconds to craft that, and it uses 100 each time. This is 100 seconds to produce. No, sorry, 30 seconds to produce 100. I see. So the 60 second crafting time is not including the speed boost from using a manufactory. So that's got a crafting speed of 10. That's a crafting speed of 1. So this is trying to use up 100 plasma stream every 6 seconds. Over here we are making a 100 plasma stream every 30 seconds, and we've got 4 machines. So if we put in a 5th one, then they'll be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. So let's do that. It means there won't be any more for anyone else who wants to generate any plasma, or who wants to use any plasma. But you know, at least it'll satisfy this particular machine. So it'll be it feels like a start. Yes, we do have coverage up there. Right, so that'll get production science being made at the correct rate, so that's good. We still aren't seeing a backlog of the machine learning data, despite producing them a bit faster. So let's look at the numbers here as well. So over here we're using 4 machine learning data every 8 seconds, so that's 1 every 2 seconds. Over here we are generating crafting speed 1 every 10 seconds. 4 every 10 seconds, so that's 2. So I need one more machine up here, and then it'll be balanced. We'll take that, put it in there, one more. Okay, that feels like quite a lot of computers making the machine learning data, and a lot of plasma generators making the plasma, given that's just for the one sciences down here. But you know, if the system needs that, the system needs that. So what can you do? That will actually get that up and running at the right speed, though. So how was I getting on over here? I think I dealt with most of the byproducts, but we've still got this contaminated biosludge building up that I haven't done anything with yet. So how do you decontaminate biosludge? So contaminated biosludge is here. Contaminated biosludge is turned into 99 bios in another decontamination facility, of course. It turns into contaminated scrap and biosludge. So put that there. What do you make? Oh, this is this is contaminated scrap, isn't it? So we want to bring and contaminated biosludge. So let's bring that through there like that, and then up there, like wherever it goes to along here. I'll have to work that out in a moment. Then we're going to get clean biosludge coming out. So that's going to be something to stockpile for the moment, I think, because I don't actually have any uses for biosludge just yet. I don't like stockpiling things because it feels a bit wrong. But at this stage, I don't think I've got much choice about that, because there isn't anything that's going to use it. But no, but I think it should be produced in sufficiently small quantities that won't be too much of an issue. So that comes out over here, and also it produces contaminated scrap, which needs to come down and goes onto this one. I remember. So just do that, and have it output over here. Exert like that. Oh, power. Power would be useful, wouldn't it? Give some power like that. Actually, let's put that up there and get rid of that one, because then there's going to be room to put that pipe in there and still do the usual shenaniganery around here, so I can have the pipes go to wherever they're needed later. And I'm just going to put in a tank here for the biosludge. Gloop. And I mean, there's not a huge amount of contaminated biosludge to deal with, so I think this tank is going to be alright for a while. And we are going to need this eventually. How we're going to get it to where we need it, I'm not quite sure. We might have to put it in barrels, but don't tell anyone I said that. Because we will eventually need this for biological science, and possibly for some other goopy shenaniganery. But we might just decide it's not worth keeping, and I don't know. Well, maybe we'll feed it into a station and get rid of it that way. We shall see. So that has now worked through all of the stages of this process. We've got rid of all of the byproducts. It just goes round and round and round and round until it comes out either as clean cosmic water, clean scrap, or as clean biosludge. So good. All the decontamination decontaminarized. Oh right, yes, there are. Yes, there is a thing in K2 called air filters. Those are the things that are being moved around on this crazy long belt over here, which seems to be empty at the moment. Oh, it's because they're all going up here. Yes, these are air filters. They go around, they get put into these air purifiers, and eventually get dirtied up and come out as these purple ones, which then need to go off and be washed and for reuse. But yes, scrap can produce stone, copper, and iron. You're quite right. That's an interesting thought. Yes, as long as you have infinite coal and infinite water, you could then produce absolutely any buildings and things you need from stuff you exhale by making the producing contaminated life support packs. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I've not thought of it quite like that, but yes, I guess that is true. We could put the uranium in the fish ponds. That would make the fish a bit more interesting. Maybe they'd have 3 eyes like in The Simpsons. That'd be good fun. Are there things that... I think anything that produces contaminated cosmic water would take in cosmic water in the first place, maybe? Probably. We'll worry about that later if we run into problems, I think. Speed modules and beacons on plasma. We've only got 1 beacon at the moment. Unfortunately. So I don't have another beacon to put on these. There's no power up there. That's a fail. Let's fix that. Yeah, we only have the 1 beacon at the moment, and that's currently being used for the science lab. At some point, yeah, we will research beacons, unless we may already be in the queue. It's not. Let's put that in the queue because I think that'd be very useful to have. I would like these ones as well, but they're a bit far off. These ones, I think I reckoned in my last game, were a bit too expensive because of the Naquium Tesseracts and things. I never bothered going through and doing the upgrade to that tier of beacon, but these ones were fantastic because you can fit a bajillion speed modules in it. 15, in fact, is a bajillion in this context. Yeah, underground space pipes they're surprisingly short given how long normal underground pipes are, especially in K2. So it does feel a bit weird when you get up into space and suddenly your underground belts and your underground space pipes will only go 5 each. Although, yeah, but it's an interesting point is that having to go underneath, or having them not able to go underneath buildings, it could be an interesting, or even a deliberate balance thing. I wouldn't like to say, but yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it. It might be a deliberate balancing because to make it a little bit harder to build in space to keep you sort of thankful that you're, I don't know, whatever. I want another steel chest, but no, I've got some steel. That's convenient. Put that one there. So I'm going to use this as a buffer for the memory cards. I don't think it's vital to have a buffer in there because I should be using them up as fast as I'm producing them. But I know what memory cards are like, so I'm going to stick in a buffer there. Oh, true, you do get these long pipes, and those are rather nice and very, very useful. So yeah, I guess you get some things that are useful. These are also good for reducing UPS usage, I believe, because they're a single entity rather than 15 entities for the whole length of the thing, which is another reason to use them. And another reason to use them, and I think they're a lot cheaper than underground pipes because one of those costs 8 pipes to go 15. Whereas one of these costs 10 pipes to go 7. So yeah, using the long straight pipes is much cheaper in resources and in UPS than using undergrounds or individual pipes, which is rather nice. So let's see. Looking at my to-do list, I've dealt with the junk data cards nice and thoroughly. I've dealt with the contaminated cosmic water, except that we're now generating a tank full of biosludge over here, but it's like less than 1% full so far, so I'm probably all right there. What's under? Well, no. As long as there's space platform down like this, these are just going through to the other side of the space platform, running along underneath it, and then coming back up through again. That's fine. It's when you've got a bit of a gap in it like this, then I wonder where on earth the pipes have gone, and that makes my brain hurt. So I try not to do that. we don't approve of that in this game. I've sort of dealt with the steel over here, but not sufficiently. I think where is it? This steel over here, I'm going to need to do something else with that because we're crushing a lot of barrels. It's not going to be long until this is getting fuller and fuller. So I think, despite the fact that putting it onto the belt here seems like a lovely solution, I'm going to have to stick it onto the scrap belt over here, and then break it out here and pass it back into the back of the steel warehouse, which is this one up here. So that's going to be a little bit annoying. Actually, no, I could tap it off here, and
you could invert the belt direction on the bus.
No, I
bring
don't.
The steel to the left.
I don't think this is going to produce enough steel to. Well, it might not produce enough. I don't know if it's going to produce enough steel to supply everything, like all of these space scaffolding and stuff like that. So I want to pass it back round and put it into the warehouse. I think so. It can be just start again. I think that's the sensible way to do it. Right, so down here, I want to put in a a break in the belt, and then a splitter like that. And we want to split steel. Steel is one of these. Steel, that's you. Off to the right, like that. Then we can go from here, we can go under all of this. To, where's that steel? Nope, like that. Then we can join that back up again. Nothing should come through because it's being filtered. I need to get a belt ignorer in my inventory, in my spacesuit. Put that in there, and the steel can flow in there. Why are you bringing me stuff? Don't bring me stuff.
You can request steel ingots now.
Awesome. I shall, yeah, do that fairly soon. I think that can be my next thing. Sort out steel in a completely different way. Let's...
Oh, you do have space to do what I was suggesting. Just about.
What were you suggesting?
Have them come out to the top here. Iron and steel ingots.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you need iron ingots as they are, don't you?
I need iron ingots in ingot form.
Mark, is there supposed to be a break in the belt here?
That's a good point. I don't need to bring up iron plates anymore, do I? I could feed that out here. This rocket's kind of in the way. But I could go underneath it and just do a bit of processing into plates over here. Yeah, let's do that next. I seem to have stood on a belt. I think I knew I'd stood on a belt, but I got distracted. Right, so now the steel is flooding, absolutely flooding out of here. In fact, it's basically all gone. Good. That's dealt with that. In fact, let's remove the this splitter here because there's no point in having that. So now we're dumping it all down here. Comes down here. It's not even interrupted the scrap pass through. It has been delayed slightly by the scrap because there's so much less scrap. So that's absolutely fine. Then the steel pours up here, goes into here, and that should stop the steel being requested. So what we're going to do next is stop requesting steel at all. In fact, we're going to stop requesting iron and steel. So we'll turn iron off there, we'll turn steel off there. But we will start requesting steel ingots, and I would like... What's a good number of steel ingots? I don't think it matters, does it really? Because it's coming by the train load. So let's say 3,000.
Yeah.
Those are going to go, goodness knows, well, they're just going to flood straight out down this way, aren't they?
Unless you tell it not to and put a conversion thing up at the top.
That's true. I could put... Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do this. I'll squeeze the steel in like that. So what I'll do here is turn all of these into filter inserters, like that, and say I want to blacklist steel ingots.
Oh, I was...
Well, I need to do that so that otherwise they'll just flow through this way. And then I can...
I was assuming you would add it to the combinator and have them coming out of the top of the
coming out of the top
warehouse.
of here. I probably shouldn't I? Because otherwise they'll get stuck in here. It might get stuck in here. I would need another warehouse for the steel ingots over here anyway. I don't think there's... No, there isn't... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... No, there isn't room to dump a train's worth of steel ingots into here. So no, can't do that.
They can go out straight into something else.
True, but then at that point, why not just bring them out this way?
Spaceship in the way.
Sorry?
Okay, not down there.
Oh, yeah. Right. So let's put down some scaffolding now because I'm going to want to put in a warehouse and a manufactory. So we will have a warehouse. That's the easy part. But let's... where are the iron ingots? Iron ingots are stored down there, so I'm going to want to do this again down here for the iron and pass it up around this way, which is going to be a little bit spaghetti, but that's okay. So over here we'll have a warehouse. And we will have a space manufactory, except I haven't got any in my pockets. Or in visual range, upsettingly. There's one. Oh, nice. You're steaming away on bracket. Good to hear.
Yep, that's with the single electric boiler.
Right. Yeah, I went in a little bit more than that. I put in quite a few extra ones on Taishikuten, but...
I'm keeping a bit of an eye on it because it needs to fill up in
Yeah.
time, but
Do you actually have one a coronal mass ejection? Oh, threatening you. Oh no,
no.
stuff has arrived.
But if I stop paying attention to it, there's going to be one, and I'm not going to pay attention. I'm not going to notice.
True. I don't want that ingot. I don't want that steel plate. I don't want the heat shield. I don't want that. Mostly, I don't want that rocket section. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Right, so you are going to be responsible for slicing up steel plates into steel ingots like that. Well, the blacklist, that's fine. Then we can pass those from here. Oop. Round here, like, you know what? Now let's do it neatly, like this. And then I need to put something in here to limit that. So you're already on. Yes, you're already on the red network. Of course you are. I need to link the red network to that other warehouse. That's kind of important, like that, and then to that, and then you are only to run if there is less than. Where's steel plates? If there's less than 4,000 steel plates, it's a fairly arbitrary number. But in here there is currently. I can't even. Oh, there we go. 10,000. So right, that's fine. That's on. Oh, it's stopped now. Space exploration 0.7, the other side of the platform. Nice idea. Oh, apparently Fluids Must Flow has an SE patch to allow you to use the ducts in space, which gets back to something we were discussing earlier. We were playing with the idea of a true abomination was how we're thinking how we're going to ship the thermofluid around on our factory as it starts to grow and we start to get more and more trainee. And we're thinking one possible way we could do it would be just have pipes running down between the railway lines that are just full of with the pipes taking the different temperatures of thermofluid between all the different places. We decided that was a genuine abomination, so we're not going to do that. But it was an idea that amused us a little bit.
Wait, we're not? I thought we were.
Oh.
Well, this is awkward.
I was going to say if you already started building that, but I know you're not up here. So where does iron go? I can't see it at the moment because there's 5 of everything in it. Oh, here we go. Iron goes into this one. Right. Okay. Conveniently, I can run it across here, like that. And use one of these there and there. And then we have an inserter down here. It's coming across here. Oh, I need to remove that and then that I want to let me program you. Why can't I program you? Oh, because you're up against. It can't program it when it's an input. I guess that makes a sort of sense, but I only wanted to bring out those, so don't give me that.
You can then turn it round and then turn it back again.
Yeah, you can't do that. If it's facing inwards, you can't program it.
No, as in once you programmed it, turn it round and then turn it back again.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, that would have worked.
It maintains the
same red network.
thing.
I need to hook this up to here, but it can't reach. And that has successfully linked those two without linking it into the separate red network that's based around this rocket here. So, good. I want to run when iron plates are less than 4,000. Oh yes, you need to be programmed, don't you? So I want you to make iron plates out of iron ingots. There we go. So now we have a steady flow of iron. So now what we're doing here is instead of bringing the plates up, instead of bringing iron and steel up in the plate form, we're bringing it up in the ingot form, which is much denser. So if we look in here, for example, you can see iron ingots stack up to 50, iron plates stack up to 100, but you can make 10 iron plates out of 1 ingot. So effectively, you get a stack of 500. So they're 5 times denser when they go into the rocket. So that's going to be much better.
How are you restricting the number of plates you get?
I've turned plates off. I'm not asking for plates anymore.
So you're getting, you're going to overflow on plates then.
Oh no, sorry, I've stopped the inserters on the inputs to these space manufacturers
Okay.
when we hit the required amount. So you'll notice the steel one has already stopped, and the iron one is running quite happily at the moment, but that's because we only have 2.4 thousand iron, and it's aiming for 4,000. I think I said yes, 4,000.
Yeah.
So
It was too small for me to be able to tell on the stream.
fair enough. Yeah, I think I've got that right. So good. That feels like quite a nice little improvement there in the way things are being passed up and stored and that sort of thing. Right, it's 9 o'clock. I think it's time for a drink. I have some water here. I'm not going to go off and get anything more interesting, I'm afraid. And yes, it really is a shame you can't link the loaders up to circuits. That would be fantastic. That would be very, very useful. That's better. Now I can carry on talking without without croaking too much. Right, how are we getting on? I think my to-do list is looking fairly happy now. So I've dealt with the junk data cards, dealt with the cosmic water, dealt with steel output from barrels, bringing up more oil stuff, sure. Dealt with utility and production science to the point where we're now producing it as fast enough. Citation needed, citation provided. Because these machines are running, I believe, are now running. Where are they? Flat out. They seem to be running flat out, so that seems to be pretty good. We're still a bit short of what's the name? Machine learning data, though, I notice. So actually, we're not quite there, which is weird. I thought I did the maths and reckoned that 5 of these would be sufficient. So over here, let's have a look at this again. Every
We're now
8
at
seconds.
3.2 gigawatts.
Ooh, nice.
Really?
Every 8 seconds, we need 4 machine learning data. So that's 1 machine learning data every 2 seconds. Over here, we are making. These are making 1 machine learning data per second. Per 10 seconds, and there's 5 of them, so that's 1 every 10 seconds. Oh, but some of them are going off to be used by something else. Some of them are being used here. Okay, so this one is also using 1 machine learning data every 6 seconds. So that's 1 every 2 plus 1 every 6 is a bit more. Okay, so I do actually need more of these, but between them, they are still producing the science packs faster than they're being used, I think. So let's just assume let's call that okay for now, but keep a bit of an eye on it. Better labs and modules. I've done the better lab, and we've got better modules in that one. I could make another lab here, but I think we're probably doing science at about the rate we intended to be. We were aiming to produce. Where are we actually? Because we're reckoning on 5 science per minute, weren't we, or 6 science per minute?
16, I think. Right?
16, did you say?
Yeah. Something
Okay.
like that.
I thought we were doing
I think
5.
the number you say keeps going up, Mark, every time.
I mean, I could increase this. At the moment, we're getting, what was it? This one is producing, where is it? 4 every 8. So it's 1 every 20 seconds. So that's only 3 per minute. No, sorry, no, take that back. 8 seconds, it produces 4. So 1 every 2 seconds. That's easily fast enough. Over here, this one takes 6 seconds to produce 3, so that's 1 every 2 seconds as well. So yeah, okay, we are producing at 12. Every 2 seconds is 30 per minute. Why did my brain fall over on that? So we're producing 30 per minute at the moment. So I'm way in excess of everyone's numbers.
You will need some more machine learning data for the other data card.
Right. Okay. So I will need to extend this at some point anyway. But at the moment, we are producing science much faster. I think we're probably doing science much faster than we actually we're aiming for. I don't know what rate this is coming through at, but it's pretty quick. So yeah, we're still well in excess of what we were aiming for. Okay, so now that I seem to have done all of the main things on my list, yes, let's have a look at the next data card. So that was the optimization tech card.
Could someone make the wall gates on the bus?
Yep, can do.
It's interesting. I don't often use gates because my wall tends to be outside everything, so nothing ever needs to go through my walls. But I'm not criticism, just an observation. So,
Yeah, I'm using it for our artillery train outpost.
I suppose, yeah, that makes sense to have it a little bit protected while it's out there.
Yep.
So, speed modules are coming up on the train, on the rocket. Heat shielding is coming up on the rocket. Immersite crystals and plate are ready to be delivered, apparently. Machine learning data are already producing, but need to speed up. And lube are already producing, and seems to be absolutely fine. There is plenty of lube in there. Right. Okay. Let's get the immersite. So over here, this will strain the immersite production just a little bit, but never mind. So over here, let's say I would like to have some immersite crystals. Let's have -500. Let's have 500 of these, each of these at a time, because I know they're in short supply, and that should then start arriving here. Yep, there they are, just like that. Now I need to come down here and start planning all of the shenaniganery that's going to go on here. So this warehouse is actually going to only get to deal with 3 things, because 2 of the bus points are used already. I haven't had any... Oh, maybe I haven't requested them yet. I haven't had any speed modules through. Maybe I haven't requested them. I'm checking now. If I haven't requested them, then that seems like a fair enough reason. Speed... No, I have. It looks like I haven't.
I'm assuming you haven't requested them.
Me too. So I'll do that now. This is sort of the downside of the streaming thing. Is that I'm basically stream of consciousness thing. So I'm saying I see that I'm missing the speed modules. I thought I'd asked for them. So I go I say that, and then everyone goes, yeah, I know you haven't asked for them yet. And I go, I know. I was going in to check that, but I was talking about it because it's a stream. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, getting me some more of those. That's fine. So down here, I'm going to need to put in another one of these. There. Going to need to put in a copy of this. You shouldn't be there, you should be there. Right, put a copy of that there, like that, and I suppose another copy of it there as well, because why not? And then, yes, we need the pylons over on the other side. Pop. Like that. Okay, so along here we need to have... These are too far out. Who did this? Put those there. That's better. So we want to have immersite crystals, which are a resource. We want to have immersite plates, which are a resource. Why is there cryonite coming out of here? I mean, I know it's programmed to pass it out, but why isn't the cryonite being kept in this one? Oh, I didn't... Oh, muppet. I haven't put cryonite on here, so it's all just been passed out again. Right, let's take all the cryonite out of here. There wasn't very much of it, actually. Put it back in here, like that. Anything else in here that's supposed to be further up? All of this looks like infrastructure stuff, to be honest. There's some steel beams in here for some reason, and some text plates. I don't know why we've got those. But most of this is just is infrastructure, building materials. Apart from these efficiency modules, these should not be in here. I've not programmed them up in here either. So we should have, hang on, we should have 5 things on here. So we should... Oh, I've just copied the... Oh, you muppet. Right, so this should have... This should have... those. Those should have the blue inserters. It should have cryonite, which we've got. It should have green modules, which we haven't got, and it should have blue modules. Green modules are in here.
Ooh, that looks scary.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is the where I come in and see it after, just after everything's happened, isn't it? Because I can't find you.
Yep.
Basically.
He's at full health. It can't have been too bad.
No.
And it's difficult to find Mike because his name is all over the map anyway.
Who's Mark?
Yeah, I know, but they sounded like they were together, so I...
No, I think
I
Mike was
see,
just
so-
quicker to go and see what was going on.
Mm-hmm. I heard the beep of something getting damaged. I heard Mark wince. And so what I did is I clicked the alerts, take me straight there.
Yeah, that would have made sense.
Yeah, we're getting more behemoth biters and spitters coming into attack now.
Yeah.
Someone was asking in the comments on a recent video about pollution, and so we've got at the moment we are making lots of pollution, but we're clearing it all up. And he was saying that is it the generation of pollution that counts towards evolution, or is it the pollution being absorbed by biters, or what basically?
Oh yeah,
and I did notice
type / evolution and
if I type / evolution, then it shows 78% pollution, 1% time, and 22% spawner kills. Now that's 101%. So but most of our evolution has come from pollution. So I think we might be evolving the biters. We're not getting regular attacks from them, but I think the pollution we're creating, even though we're cleaning it up, might still be evolving them. I have to admit, I'm not sure about this, but it does seem that we've got, given how little we've been attacked by biters, it feels like we've probably,
and how little they have been in the pollution cloud. I mean, that's only in the beginning. After that, they basically never were.
Exactly. So I think the pollution we're producing is still causing the biters to get excited, should we say?
Yeah, I think that's about right. It matches my understanding of how pollution mechanics work.
Okay. Good. Yeah, so there you go. Pearl Emperor agrees. It's based on creation, not consumption. Where was I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I need to now take all of that stuff out of it.
It's fine.
It says 28 things are not fine.
I think it says a few more than that.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a few more now. It's got up to 32. Mostly bots. So they're obviously flying out there to repair stuff and then getting shot down. Question is it better to put down maybe put down a thicker wall, tank the damage until you're doing that now and turning the bots off while the attacks happen?
I'm always doing it, but that was kind of close, so I had to sacrifice some bots.
Fair enough. Come back, little bots. Oop, boom goes a turret. Yeah, there's an amazing difference in the amount of health between the merely large biters and the behemoth biters.
Yep.
He says trying to actually mouse over one before it runs away. These are all spitters, so I can't look at them. Oh no, they're not all spitters. I just couldn't see the biters in amongst the spitters.
Ooh, that's quite painful.
They're coming in from quite a long way away as well. Because we're shooting them quite a long way away, obviously, but still. You know, I could just use them nav-sat mode like that. There we go. Now they're moving a bit slower and just milling about. I can look at this one a bit more easily and go... no, I still can't see how much health he's got. He's moving too much. 5,250 versus a large, which is... Stop moving, you little sods. We big sods.
750.
750. Wow, so it's like 6 times the health. That's a lot. Right, what was I doing? Oh yes, I was about to cause all kinds of upset by going, yes, most of these modules should not be where they are. They should be in here.
I think I'll take the train and don't worry about the walls here.
just let it get wrecked.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a
Bleep, bloop.
an unfortunate situation.
That's one way to put it.
Oh wow.
Even Mike is disturbed. Must be bad.
How far away am I?
Oh, there they go.
You're going up there to
A long
rescue
way.
it.
YOLO!
Right, I'll get ready to add some mic tags.
It's been a while
You're not
since we've
there in
had a death,
person, are
isn't
you?
it?
I'm not there in person. No, I was in the main base. Oh, hang on. I'm only bringing a few hundred. It'll be fine. I need them to all line up because I have not brought enough ammunition for
Blank
this.
data. Yes, if you could just all line up very carefully in the lines, boom, I can stick a railgun round straight down the middle. That'd be much appreciated.
It's like the start of Deadpool. Now listen, I only brought 10 shots, so you're all gonna have to share.
Right, over here we want to say... Why is
It
this?
might just be the one wave left.
Oh right, I know why this hasn't broken spectacularly. Good. Because I haven't linked this up to here yet, so I'm actually doing this right for once. So let's see. Resources. We want to say crystals minus a bajillion. Immersite plates minus a bajillion, and blank data cards minus a bajillion. Then
Nope, there's one coming from the
I
northeast.
can get myself a
I'm most of the way
nice
there.
green cable
Do
and
That's a
that.
big wave.
there,
That's
and then
a
we go.
big
Then it
wave,
starts
yeah.
passing all the miscellaneous infrastructure stuff through, as you can see. Shoom, 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 shoom.
Hurry, Mike. They're closer than you.
Yep. But hopefully not moving as fast.
They're not moving as
That's
fast, but they're still going to get there just
Quite a
before
big
you.
wave.
Yeah.
Then I get to be the hero in shining armor.
Big damn heroes, sir.
Oh, there's trees in the way.
Mike, stop the beeping.
on
Mike,
it.
it's all getting wrecked.
Don't die.
That
was so fast.
There
That
he
was
is.
so fast.
That was
Ugh.
inevitable.
I am inevitable. It is known.
That was a good 10 at least spitter things that all landed in the same place.
Just converged on.
Yep.
Although I think the lasers are going to win.
Yep.
Yeah,
Until
they
the
will
next wave.
eventually win
Yeah.
because there's enough.
Is there another wave coming?
I
Don't see one
I
yet.
don't see one on the map, but then I'm only using radar view at this point.
Oh, there's one nest there that's still part of that set.
Yeah, and the spitters are just going to sit here beating on these walls. Actually, the walls might kill some more of these biters. Oh no, one of the lasers is
Lasers are
recovered.
activated.
Yeah, one of the biters just died to attacking the spiky walls.
Presumably that doesn't damage the spitters.
I'm guessing not. No, the spitters all seem to be at full health.
I'm looking at one that's currently healing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the
The
walls
wall
blocking.
damage is about the same as healing speed.
Oh right.
Oh.
It did manage to
Presumably,
kill one of the small ones.
Yeah, I was looking at big and medium.
Oh, they've got inside now. They're attacking the railway line. But that means
Yep.
they're in range of the lasers again, and they're getting pwned. Not quite sure what the spitters are. I guess the spitters are attacking the railway lines because that was where the. I don't know. They seem to actually be deliberately attacking walls. I was assuming the walls were just getting hit on because they were aiming at the railway line behind it. But there's a bit of
Once
wall at
they
the top
get
there that's being actually
near
deliberately
enough to structures, they will just attack whatever.
attacked.
Yeah, it's only when they are wandering around without any particular aggression that they don't care.
Right.
about
Okay. So
walls,
so
or-
once they're enraged, they will attack anything.
Yep.
Yep, basically. Right, where's my body?
Do you think I should point it out to him?
Got it.
Oh,
Got it.
Tristan did.
Hang on, I need to take this off.
Worst Pink Floyd laser show ever. Bit too much green goo rather than Pink Floyd. You're going to lose your bots, probably.
Yep.
That one is trying
That's
very
the-
hard to repair that pylon, and well, no, it's been defeated.
It's the awkward point about wrong one. It's the awkward point about when you respawn your bots are automatically on.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
it does
easy
automatically
to-
turn your logistics requests off, doesn't it? Though, I think.
Yeah, which is really unhelpful. I'd rather it was the other way around.
Well, assuming you're going to go back and get your body, then
Yeah.
you're going to have filled up your inventory. There's some in those trees still. I couldn't see them, but I could see the spit coming out from them.
Yep.
Right, let's get back. to
I am
actually
the hero
playing the
that
game.
you did not deserve, but that you got.
Yeah, nobody deserves that. Right, I have now made a minor progress. Let's. Oh yes, well, let's try and remember what I was actually doing. What I was actually supposed to be doing at the moment. I think it involves these things. So, gonna need some undergrounds here.
I've forgotten what I was doing before that.
Yeah, that's the. That's
Sorry,
the risk.
guys.
I don't think I was on this planet.
It's always entertaining to watch some watch how combat happens and the great successes we have at it.
So I'm killing this nest here, don't mind me.
For certain values of success. Hey Sophie, welcome. Yes, that was definitely action, and that's demonstrating the how competent we all are at Factorio-based combat. Oh, that's some incredible timing, Mike. Well done.
I did that one just for the dramatic timing, and you can't prove otherwise.
You know what? It was sufficiently comic timing that I will actually let you off, and not actually fully believe you, but not say anything about disbelief.
Or we can do.
I thought so. Right, so now we've got should be able to get a bit of a bot frenzy going and start building up. Yeah, so we've got 2,000 in that one. Oh, 5,000 in that. Interesting. So I said stop when you get to 8,000. There's 2,000 in there and 4.8 in there, so that makes 6.8. Presumably that means there's another 1.2 thousand in something over here somewhere. Oh. We seem to have had another trainload of... Oh no, that's alright. That's an acceptable quantity of steel. We can absorb all of that. And I have linked this into the red circuits, so it's not like we're ordering ridiculous quantities of it, so we should be okay there. I had a sudden panic that I hadn't linked the steel ingots in properly, and we're just going to be getting infinite numbers of them being brought out to us. Oh, we do seem to be running out of power. Yes. Oh, crikey. I think I might be going to use some efficiency modules as a sort of emergency, oh no, we don't have any power kind of thing. So what's using all of the power? Well, there's some spikes coming from in purple. Is that it's not this purple. The roboports are using all the power, great. But the plasma generators are using the second most, and the signal transmitter. Sadly, I can't put efficiency modules in a signal transmitter. I'm not going to put them in the lab. I could put them in the supercomputers fairly high up in the list. Yeah, let's put the efficiency modules in the plasma generator and the supercomputers, because I have run out of electricity. Unfortunately, I only have tier 1 efficiency modules, but they're still actually quite powerful. I think if you it only takes a couple of these, I think, to drop power usage down to as low as it can go. Citation needed. Yeah, minus 40%, and you can't go below minus 80%. So 2 of these in each of these. And boom, that's going to have got rid of a significant amount of the power usage we had. We're still not satisfied, but we're now at 51 out of 80 instead of 51 out of 100 and whatever it was before. I didn't really see. It's now the manufacturers. There's only 11 of them, and they're using, well, a megawatt each. Okay, well. Yes, exactly. So yes, chucking in 2 efficiency modules brings it down to as low as it goes. So now the next thing is going to be just to make the solar bigger, basically. That's all it comes down to. So now, this is going to be fiddly because I need to run power. Because I got one of these big pylon things for free with my purchase of a part used spaceship. But only one of them, so I'll bring that up like that. Then let's see. If I put these in across here like that. And I can put the pylon in here. That's as far up as you can get and still touch them. Oops. So do that. Actually, this isn't going to work because of the improved. Actually, I should be using substations for this, shouldn't I? But I don't think I have any up in space. Let's try and request some and see what happens. Bring me substations? No, I don't have any substations. I could bring some up, but we'll have to do. Are you talking about free power? I can't remember what I was talking about as being free. There's a delivery cannon capsule dropping in, presumably with some more immersite. Could be other things, actually. Immersite is not the only thing I'm requesting from delivery cannon.
mineral water is now backing up the core pulverizing facility.
Oh, so we need more
Are we no
mineral
longer
ore
dealing
cements
with
as
that?
well.
No, we're no
Uh,
longer.
It's
No, it's-
because
Oh, it is-
this here is the method by which we're dealing with it, and it's full.
Yeah.
oh, that's because the pump's the wrong way around because it needs wiring in and setting up, and no one's done that.
I provided a temporary fix to this problem.
Ah, I was halfway through providing a temporary fix and I pressed the wrong button. So sorry, I was halfway through providing a permanent fix and then I pressed the wrong button.
I would just hook it up to 1, and that way, if someone expands it, it continues to work.
How big are these things? 200,000. Okay. If greater than... Oh, it says 400,000 on there, so we'll bring that down to 180,000. If greater than 180,000, then run. It's 106. Okay. Problem solved as long as the total consumption is including the vent is capable of being greater. So yeah, one of the problems we had until recently was we were producing our core fragment crushing facility over here. This behemoth of core pulverization was producing water faster than our cleaning operation down here was using it. So so the tank filled up, everything ground to a halt. So now we've just got to pump dumping it out here as quickly as possible. Pumping out if greater than 2,000. Sure, I'd have gone for a larger number, but I don't think it matters. Unless what's going on the other end here? This pumping if
1K at the
less
north
than
end.
1,000. Okay. Yeah, I mean that seems fine. It's smaller numbers than I'd probably have used myself, but it'll work. I don't think we need exactly need a lot of water. So now we should be hopefully using this. Are we using this stuff up faster than it's coming in? Hard to tell. There's 1,000 of it in there. It's gone to 1.1,000. But the fact it's all the way, the fact it's all the way down at 1.1,000 makes me think that yes, we are churning through it faster than we're producing it.
It was empty earlier.
So we're stockpiling it. Oh no.
No, the other way around.
If it was empty earlier and it's now got up to 1.2,000, then it's coming in faster than it's
That was
being
because
used up.
the mineral water.
Oh,
was
of
backing
course.
it up.
Yes. All right. Okay. Spotted. Well done. Spotted pretty quickly then the mineral water problem. But yeah. So we're now churning out.
So go on.
So churning out quite decent amounts of the various ores up here. I see. Have you just dropped in that upgrade there, Mike?
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
And I found another Laurence chest of shame.
I have no idea whether it's mine or not. Oh, it does say last user me, so that does suggest it probably was me. Okay. Exactly.
Noticing
Oh,
a lot
yes.
of alerts.
Nah.
You're breaking those new gates I made you.
You starting fights again, Mark?
Yes.
Disgraceful. Always causing trouble.
Go on, just a bit further forwards, Mark, in between the wagons.
Yeah,
We
have
don't
you
have an
actually been
artillery
killed
wagon
more
death
by
yet.
trains than you have by biters? I can't remember the numbers.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which chests is Pearl Emperor referring to?
I'm not sure. It could be the warehouses of core mining that have stuff flickering because they're flickering like crazy as stuff passes straight through them.
Yeah, in fairness, that looks kind of weird, but is
It
actually
does.
a good sign.
Yeah. If they're flickering, then it means they're empty, and if they're empty, that means stuff is getting passed through properly. If they have anything fixed on them, then it means something's backing up somewhere, and that is therefore a problem.
I think a third of Mark's deaths have been to biters or spitters.
And 2/3 to trains, presumably from.
No, one of them was radiation.
Oh yes, that's true. Yeah, so the belts coming out, I'd say that's about. It's a bit more than 50%, maybe 2/3, maybe not quite 2/3 full. Yeah, call it 2/3 full. So, but then we can always upgrade them to blue at some point in the future if we need to. What's actually concerning me slightly more is that some of these, I was going to say some of the belts going into it are full, but having followed one of them back, when you get back to its splitter, stuff is still flowing into the splitters quite nicely, and there aren't backlogs, so they are actually all absolutely fine. That's a lot of free
Yeah,
stuff.
here it's
I approve of that.
starting to back up. Although...
No, I don't think it is. If you follow any of the belts all the way back, none of them are backed up all the way into the
Yeah, but
outputs of the machines.
Okay, yeah, this one...
I think we're
You get a
I think we're all
burst.
right.
Yeah, it's got a... I think in fairness it's got a long cycle, but it's about net even.
Yeah, they all have gaps in them at some point, I think.
Well, yeah, but it's are they backing up, as opposed to have they already backed up?
See what you mean.
that one's
Well, if they
got a
have
gap
gaps,
now.
if they have gaps in them and they're all flowing constantly, then they aren't backing up.
Yeah, it's...
Sort of.
It
Right.
Like these splitters with
also,
pinch points.
if the thing you actually care about is the warehouse, the input, if that's not filling up, it doesn't matter. Now, it might be a sign that there's going to be a problem
It might.
soon.
It would mean that we aren't processing the core fragments as fast as we could be, and therefore we're losing out on some of the free stuff that we might be having. If those
No,
belts
no,
jam up.
I'm saying if the input one is fine, then we are processing everything fast enough.
Oh, I see. Yes, good point. Yes, if the input warehouse isn't filling up, then yeah, we
Yep.
The only problem is if the trains are jamming up and can't run fast enough.
No,
yeah.
because when you've got two red belts going through a splitter onto one red belt, you could theoretically end up in a situation where...
That doesn't matter.
Tristan's
the-
point is
Downstream
that
of that.
as long as all the core fragments are leaving the input warehouse and the belts flowing.
Oh, sorry,
directly
right down
into
at
it,
that end.
then we
Yeah,
are
yeah.
then we're getting through the stuff as fast as it's being brought in. It doesn't
Yep.
really matter which particular machines it's going through if some of them
Yep.
are jammed
So
up
yes,
and some of them aren't.
I thought you meant at the other end.
Okay. Oh, the other
Right,
other
no.
end, so smeltery end.
Well, yeah, but the warehouses bit. I missed the bit about trains.
Fair enough.
So when you said leaving the warehouses, I was like going,
Right. Let's get back to trying to put down some more solar up here because that's currently a problem. What? Give me that back. And I can only use the crappy solar
However-
panels at the moment because we haven't researched better solar panels.
We do need another core mine train.
Oh, is that currently the limiting
So-
factor?
Yeah, there's one with 300 odd stacks in each warehouse.
Ooh. Ah, not quite enough. Construction mode. Boosh. There we go. That's now covering a huge area. It's not powered yet, granted, but you know, it's a start. Let's copy that. Have I got this right? Yes. Oh, sort of.
this one here appears to have been captured.
Yes.
Could I place all of these, please?
Just going to manually send that off to the drop.
All right, there we go. So that's now okay. We're good. We're charging up the roboport, and we've got enough
That
power
went
now.
well.
Excellent. Maybe that's because something's. No, we're still doing science, so I don't think anything's going to have backed up. But yeah, I put in that much more power.
Set train limit wasn't ticked.
Guess I have. I was trying to do 75 megawatts before, but that might be in roboports were discharged. So anyway, we do seem to be okay now. Things are much better. What were those spikes? Those are spikes of them. Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, everything seems to now be all right. I can carry on expanding out my solar as much as possible. Would be nice to get some more of these, but you know that's going to be as and when. Once we've eventually managed to start producing the damn things. But yeah, I think this is going quite well. I'll leave the bots to finish off building this up, but while I'm here, I'll put in another little bit of that like that. And then once I'm done, I can put in more across here. And oh, actually, I should think about where I can put the pylons in, shouldn't I? So I want those to be up as far as possible, be there, and that would mean those go across there. Okay, so you can get three rows of solar in for each pylon. That's fine. Well, that's a good idea. I always forget about the pins on the navsat. Yes, I should do that. Where though is the question. Let's set it at the rocket. That'd be a good place to put it. Seems like a sensible place to have it. So over here we'll pin that. Norvis rocket.
Only looking for things to do.
In here, won't it? There we go, rocket silo.
There's probably something, but I don't know what.
Oh, there are plenty of things they could be doing. It's more what would be helpful rather than
Hmm.
just picking something randomly off the list and going for it. Especially as the actual list is kind of there.
Yeah, and I noted down various things as I was going through the making the videos, but it's just sort of the thing that the things I tend to note down there are more about fixing problems than actually doing anything new. I'm trying to think. This is because there's not really anything else we need at the moment for the stage of the game we're at, is there? Why is that not?
Not that I can think of. I mean, it's fundamentally we're looking at getting those bits done in orbit, which you're working on. And in fairness, we've actually got researchers going. Have we got all 3 researchers? I just spoke. Two. Was the third one?
There is particle accelerator being researched at the moment. I'm not sure what you mean.
So we got
card.
the production science pack and the utility science pack. Wasn't there a third one which used the efficiency module T1s?
The optimization science. Yes, that's the one I'm sort of working towards at the moment. I got a little bit distracted by having to go and get various bits of stuff, and then by running out of power, and then by Mike dying and Marc causing chaos and destruction. And
so is it
explosions.
rocket tech cards or optimization research data?
Optimization data. Research. Rocket tech cards, I believe we already have. Are they the yellow ones?
They're the yellow ones.
Yes, we already have those. Those are the those are the last one that's made down on Norvis.
Okay, no worries.
I have now run out of the scaffolding. Oh, I had some more brought out to me. Okay, well, we'll let that run. Have I, despite all of my extra, have I used up all of these already? No, there's still 4,700 in here. Oh, I think I just don't have enough bots. How many robots do I have up here? I have 88 construction bots. That's not remotely enough. I want to put up a one-off request for a load more bots, but this is going to be a forever one. Let's ask for another 200. See if they get put in the rocket. I think they should. They won't get automatically put into the Roboport network up here once they come up, unfortunately. At the point of have space elevators but cannot scream. No, that's not. That was something similar. Do I have any? How many bots do I have in my pockets? Is 5. Okay, that's crap. Let's just not bother with those. Hang on to them. Yeah, I feel we are probably every so often we're going to have a bit of a tidy up of the space base and maybe a bit of a rethinking of it. And we have started off in a more structured and sensible way than my last game, but even so, there's still going to be various changes we're going to end up making to it at some point in the future. But yeah, that's an interesting point actually. You could forget the Norvis orbit and just move off to somewhere else, like perhaps in the Oil Moon's orbit, or something that a lot of people suggested last time I was playing was build everything in Kalidas orbit, so really up in just up here right by the sun, because then you hardly need any solar panels because you just generate so much more power. Does it tell me? 15 times the power that you would if you're down on Norvis, and Norbit has 3 times the power you would from Norbit. So you can generate power much more quickly, much more effectively than you would if you were down. If you're over there, you need a third of the number of solar panels. So yeah, you have more shipping costs, and if you're doing, and it's not so compatible with space elevators actually, because in Norbit we can just have a space elevator coming up and unloading everything right into the production system exactly where we need it, because even as we start to get onto the more exotic materials, most stuff is still going to come up from Norvis into Norbit. So the space elevators will be great for that. But later on, once you get to spaceships, then you could consider shipping all of your stuff up from Norvis to Norbit, and then from there to Kalidas orbit, and play with the lower power requirements there. True. That's another good point, though. If you and welcome, Perfect Split. Congratulations on the first time chat. It's a good point, though. If you build around a different planet, so if we did go off and built up around Area, which is our oily moon, we would then have to put in meteor and umbrella defenses there because we wouldn't be able to rely on the ones on Norvis. So that's a fair point. That's another downside to going somewhere else. But you'd have oil and fuel, rocket fuel, and stuff like that in abundance coming up potentially by space elevator. Personally, I think you should go either Norvis or Calidus orbit. I don't think moving to the oily moon would be that useful. Norvis has all of the stuff available really close by. You can bring it straight up with the elevator. The sun has the really, really cheap power. Those, I think, your advantages and disadvantages there.
Moon
Yes,
might be too small for everything.
Sorry? Oh,
Moon
yes.
might be too small
That's
for
true.
everything.
Yes, if you're thinking of putting in all your construction on Aereo, that's the other possibility. You could you could try and put all your construction on there, but I suspect it's a very, very small moon. It's only got a radius of just over 1,000, so you probably run out of space there. One of the things I wanted to do or considered doing in my last run through was moving absolutely everything onto my Vitamelange moon, because that was a decent size but not as big as Norvis, so it'd mean much cheaper takeoff for spaceships. But it was big enough that I reckoned I probably could have fitted all my resource processing onto that one single planet. But I never did, because there was just so much stuff built up on Norvis to do all of my construction. I couldn't be bothered to move everything off somewhere else, and I was prepared to waste a bit of the rest of it.
Things were destroyed on Taijikuten.
Oh, that's not
That
supposed to
last
happen.
BB wasn't me.
Laurence.
Bet it's run out of... Yeah, an asteroid's landed. It must have run out of meteor defense ammo. Yes, it's run out of... Oh, no, it hasn't run out of ammo. It's just they're all charging. We low
Oh,
power
you
here?
were unlucky.
Yeah.
You're double unlucky. They all missed.
That's hit a really unfortunate area.
It's not... What's been destroyed? Nothing. Only belts have been destroyed. The problem is there's a shortage of belts out there.
There's a pipe missing.
Okay, pipes. Okay, it's just been pipes and belts, but and a load of damaged stuff. But yeah, there aren't any belts
You've
out
got
there.
a lot
Oh,
of
grief.
metals and so on going into boxes,
Sorry.
which is you got floods of raw resources going into boxes, which is somewhat inconvenient. Means they're going to end up in the wrong place.
They've been put into boxes. They'll just stay there.
Logistics boxes, true.
Yeah, they'll just stay there. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's just the bots tidying up after the belts got destroyed. What is a problem is that those belts. Actually, it's gonna halve our vulcanite production rate. We're gonna still get vulcanite, but only at half the speed we were before. However, once we do go out there and fix it, we will get a flood of it coming through very, very quickly for quite a long time, or a bit quicker at least, while the system catches up. So it's unfortunate, and it's gonna be a pain in the wasp name, but it's not the end of the world. As soon as we send out a rocket with some stuff in it, we can fix that up without too much difficulty. So yeah, a load of belts and pipes, some load of repair packs, and I'll get that sorted out. And a blue chest and a load of meteorite defense ammo, and we can get that up and running as well.
It looks like you're going to recharge. Yeah, because they suddenly flashed through the last couple, which were a few percent off. Yeah, it looks like you were going to be recharging slowly because with the. Okay, wow.
There's too much power. Yeah.
Gone from. I can't get the exact number, but
about 40 megawatts to 357. Yeah. So that overwhelmed the power capabilities of the system. Yeah.
Which is then why it's slow to charge up, which is why you had a vulnerability.
I'm not sure. You think there were 2 meteor strikes in very quick succession and they hadn't recharged?
I don't know about very quick succession, but quick enough.
I'm not convinced. I think there was just one really, really big meteor strike, and it overwhelmed the guns and one sneaked through.
I interestingly can't see reports of meteor. Does the game only report meteor strikes?
Only reports one's relevant to you.
Yeah, only ones in where you are.
That's helpful. Okay, yeah. In that case, I think that you had 1, maybe 2, enough to discharge the guns, given that there were sort
Well,
of 10-15% between the
looking at the power
first and the last
graph,
one.
if you look over the last hour, it's been dead flat from 18 minutes ago to 4.5 minutes ago. Then there's one big spike of all the guns trying to recharge.
Yeah, 20 and 20. So yeah, there's that one big spike, but there's also no, because there's 2 little ones that's fully recharged. Never mind.
Yeah.
So yes.
So
In that case, yeah, just
it was just one
where
really big
you got
attack that
unlucky.
got unlucky.
Yeah.
Chat has pointed out that there's no theoretical limit to the number of meteors that can come in at once. The more bigger and bigger numbers are less and less likely, but yeah, there's no actual limit to the number that could possibly come through.
Yeah, it's a geometrically distributed probability density function where mu is 0.5.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So it's every the simple version of the algorithm is: did you get
One more
a
is half as
meteorite?
likely.
Yeah. Did you get a meteorite? Yes. Okay. 50% chance plus 1. If yes, 50% chance plus 1. If yes, and
Yeah.
do
Yes.
that until you get a no. So yes, you can't actually theoretically get an infinite number because it's a computer program. So at some point you'll hit the whatever, probably integer limit. But it's
Yes, for some reason,
64,000.
40 or possibly 41 meteor defense gun seems to have become a bit of a meme on my Discord server.
Yep. So it's 41 defense guns, Pearl. 41, 40. You're too vulnerable.
Yeah,
41.
certainly 8 does not appear to be enough. So, yes, that's not a bad idea. We could tap into the iron that's coming out of the actually, there's quite a lot of iron coming out here from the meteor defense system. We might be able to squeeze in an assembly machine to make the what does it take to make belts? I can never remember any of these recipes because there's so many of them. It's a single cylinder engine and iron plates, so that's going to be a pain in the wasp name to make because you need single cylinder. Oh, it's actually iron modified once, then iron
And
again.
iron, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's iron. It's just iron and iron, but in 2 different shapes. So let's see if we've got an extra smeltery that we can put down over here, and then 2 assembly machines. I don't know if we've got these, but if we have, then that could produce, and we need another yellow chest, and we need to know whether this is actually, this will be inside the logistics area, right?
I thought you were smelting before.
Sophie's comment about a 400,000 meteorite strike has got me thinking. What if planets had a stability factor, and if they got pounded by enough meteorites, they started to break apart?
That would be amazing and also terrifying.
It would be partially very cool and partially absolutely terrifying.
Yes.
So presumably an iridium pile driver hitting counts as 1 or 2 meteorites.
I mean, I wouldn't want to put
atomic-
a number on it, but yeah.
An atomic one maybe counts as 10 or 20. Or
Oh, that's
Yeah,
out
so
of
yeah,
range
you
of the
think
tower.
about what you're doing does some damage to the actual surface itself.
So core mining should also damage your planet a little bit.
Ooh.
Controversial.
Ooh,
Rob,
just
once it
aside.
gets up to a,
Excellent.
once it gets up to a certain amount of damage, does it start producing vulcanite? So there's an incentive to damage it. It probably stops producing vitamin.
Right, unfortunately, I don't seem to have any more assembly machines on Taishakuten. I'm wondering if I should borrow a couple from somewhere. Because, yeah, I kind of want to fix this, because it is so eminently fixable. Because we've got nearly everything we need over here. Are there any other lower tier assembly machines? No, we don't have any assembly machines. I could borrow them from the from up here. Let's do those are chemical plants. Could borrow them from up here. Yeah, there's there's plenty of those at the moment. Let's borrow. Actually, if I cut those and then paste them straight back into place, then we'll take the machines away, and their resources in them apparently. Come on, bots. Yeah, we can take those away and put them in over here. Oh, I need a smeltery as well. They're full of stuff. I need to borrow one of these as well.
You already have a smeltery for the iron.
Oh, true, down here, yes, but it's in a very, very awkward. I can't fit 2 assembly machines in around this. But yeah, that's true. I could have tried to run it off that. Oh, and I need another yellow chest. None of
We
these are
have
empty.
big mining drills on the bus, by the way,
Cool.
in the logistics system.
Right, so now you are to make gears. This is interesting. It's a sort of trying to do basic Factorio from a million miles away with no control, with no resources or anything in the quite the right places. But nonetheless, it's quite interesting. Let's make some iron plates the easy way. And then once we've made enough iron plates to do the once we've made enough belts to do the repairs over here, we can then start making pipes as well and fix that problem as well. And this will actually, if I leave this running for long enough, could it solve all the problems down here? No, we're missing a load of underground belts as well, so we won't get the extra power that I was going for. I'm missing a few other things as well, but you know, it'll get
That's
some
just
of the way
more
towards
iron.
it. It is, but it's a lot more complicated. Incentives to let your planet get hit by asteroids to boost the core mining output, whilst the downside is the stuff gets hit. So your planet, yeah, the more meteorites that hit your planet, the bigger it gets, slightly, and therefore the more stuff you actually manage to build from it. Yes, you are running. You're just taking forever because it's a slow process.
Because there is technically the incentive of letting them hit so that you can harvest the resources.
True. Yeah. Yes. Maybe if the
But that's a lot of effort.
You know, actually be quite interesting. If the meteors that crash landed had exotic material resources in as well, so you could get very small amounts of beryllium and iridium and so on from harvesting meteorites, it would have to be balanced so that it was never enough for you to actually use that to stop you having to go off to the other planets to get enough going through the science. But if it was enough to just tide you over and just get things started, that'd be quite interesting.
I think it'd be interesting, especially if you sort of take that a bit further and you add a late game tech in, which is a electromagnetic thing, which diverts meteorites to all land in the same spot.
Ha! Yeah, that'd be quite cool.
Yeah.
That would be incredibly complicated. I would take an educated guess would require paired builds on both the planet and in the orbit directly above it.
Right, it turns out I can't count. You actually need 3 things in order to make, the 3 steps in order to make belts, because you need to make the little motors first. So I've got a system set up. It's making motors and dumping them into a chest. I shall do I have any basic iron chests, steel chests on out here? No, but I do have some warehouses. I could upgrade that to upgrading it to a warehouse wouldn't help, because I wouldn't be able to get the stuff out of it by bot. Oh, unless I demolished it, in which case they'd all go back into storage. No, let's just let that run for a bit. We'll make lots of the little motor things, and then I can come back and I can start making the actual belts out of the engines and the plates. I'm going to have to flip this back and forth a huge number of times. It's going to be a bit ridiculous. But so I'm going to leave that running for now, and then come back over here, and we'll go and look at that again in a few minutes. The good news is, while I was off faffing around on Taishikuten, this expansion over here has completed. So now I just need to try and remember what I was doing. Oh yes, I was going to make the data cards, wasn't I? What do you make those in? The optimization tech cards are made from blank data. It makes from optimization research data, which is made in a space manufactory from bloomin' everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different inputs. 6 if you count the fluids, which I wasn't for that particular moment. So that'd be there at the absolute minimum. Let's give it another 2
anyone think they've broken a core mine?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Because there's currently no path, but I don't know which one it's going for.
Oh no.
Has anyone recently placed down a core mine station?
Nope.
Is that somebody else's bleep bloops?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Give it a second.
I don't mind you getting stuff destroyed as long as it's as long as I understand why stuff is getting destroyed. Oh wait, this one actually only needs to have one thing going into it, because you are going to make the optimization research data, which, as I said, has 5 things going into it. So that's 4 on the near belt, 1 on the far belt. What are the numbers like? What's the least thing that goes in the least numbers? Speed modules. Okay, so we'll put speed modules in here, and then all the other stuff in these ones, because that's going to be needed in large quantities. Then they can come out here, put in another Ujimwartsit box over here, and get that stage done as well. So, yeah. Ah! I zoomed when I was trying to place stuff, and it didn't do quite what I intended. Alright, so
Yeah,
we'll
someone's
let-
broken
look at
something
that.
because Sulfur Trains got upset as well.
I've got my train's getting upset. I can't get anywhere with it. It's really weird.
Blue modules.
Where are you?
I'm in my personal train in the station.
Oh, okay. Where are you trying to go?
Oh, I can now. So I was trying to go to heat shields to expand that a bit, and yeah, no, it's not letting me.
I
It's
don't
not letting me
remember what- oh, there.
turn left. Oh, I can't ping it. Yeah, there where you are.
Yeah,
Right, that's
there
that
you go.
one.
Thank you.
Both the
Eh?
MSIs.
That really confuses me. What did you do?
I marked a signal for deconstruction because it shouldn't be there.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so it's broken. What? There's also
It's,
on
it's
the
on the wrong
roundabout
side
due
of
south.
the rail.
Ah.
Is
If you
it
could-
in an intersection section?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the one
that's-
we talked about last time.
Yeah, where the blueprint I think was broken.
Yeah.
There's also one at the roundabout due south of you, a signal just off to the side of the track.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you can flick through planets. I forgot that was a thing. Wait, oh here's Novus.
That was
I don't know where they're having problems.
weird.
That's a them problem anyway, because they're having problems and I'm not. Oh yes, that's the 2 science packs. Okay, so I don't need to worry. I think it is. It's either that or that. No, it might be rubbish that's getting got rid of. Either way, not my problem right now. So right, let's not put that in there. No, not that. That. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. And I can go up to there and up to there, like that. That goes up there. That one goes up there.
Part of me's
Those-
getting really upset by the bleeping because I'm just like, no, things are getting broken.
There.
I must deal with it.
Then it's heat shields
And
and
then I
machine
realised it was
learning
Marc's
data
problem.
again. So machine learning data is this one. It's not my problem right now. Wait, where's my iron? Yes, yes, a good way of looking at it, Yukito. And yes, it will eventually become a problem for me. But the chances are there's a fairly high chance somebody else will have fixed it before it becomes my problem. I am, after all, on a different planet. Well, off the planet, not on a different planet. I'm just in space.
I like the way that the years of being told that you're on another planet as though that's a bad thing have finally come to fruition, and now it's legit.
A whole new world.
Ugh. Speaking of which, at least my daughter is not currently too bothered by Aladdin. Although she does keep wandering into my study when I'm trying to work, going, Moana, again! Moana, again! And I'm like, oh, you've had lots of Moana, you don't need any more.
After you put it on, do you then say, "You're welcome"?
She just wants the "You Welcome" song. That's all she wants.
Okay. Just get Esther to sing it to her. Oh no, we don't want to get you to sing it to her because, well,
Ah,
Cool
dear.
on the
She's
usual
also got
punishment.
confused. She keeps pointing at Maui and going Moana, and at Moana and going Maui. Just like, you'll figure it out one day. That one is definitely on the list of things that I'm not going to try and sort out.
Is it because it doesn't actually matter?
I have a suspicion that I want to say Samoan culture would object to that, but I can't remember which culture it is. But yeah, from the purpose of the film, if you get the names backwards, I don't think it matters. I mean, in fairness, technically you can say that about anything, anyone, anytime, any place if you get the names backwards, but otherwise identical. It doesn't strictly speaking matter other than it being sort of offensive.
The name is James Bond James.
Exactly. Still. Yeah, it could be worse. I suppose now's a good time to mention that we've sort of signed our own death sentences, where we're expecting a second child.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun, which is going to be absolute chaos. I mean, we got one.
Congratulations.
From observing other parents that I know, I think as long as the children don't outnumber the adults, it's sort of manageable.
So I will outnumber any number of children, Mike to many. It's fine.
You say that you think you'll be able to outnumber them because, well, they're just children. How hard can it be? But when all
very,
three,
very hard.
when all hypothetically three of them run in different directions, then you have problems.
That's why you train them from a young age to respond to the stern disciplinarian voice.
Yes, I'm sure that.
Did you not do what you told when you worked for me backstage, Laurence? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't you I was scared of.
Thank you, Johan. Thank you.
I was about to check you spotted that.
I did indeed. I read chat. Just throw it out there.
Clearly, so do I, because I was saying I was
Oh,
checking
yeah.
you spotted it.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
You
afraid.
do.
Yes, chat. I'm afraid he's probably going to see stuff you say. So. Yeah. Well,
Very observant that way.
that's not the one I wanted to look at. That one. There we go. Optimization tech card. So that requires blank tech cards and optimization research data. So we've got the optimization research data now. What were the numbers like on that? Geez, lots of each. 10 to make 5. That's as Tristan said earlier. And it's quite quick, actually. It only takes 2 seconds. So I'm going to need some rapid insertion going on here. Although that said, the speed's going to spit these out. I mean, we're aiming for... Potentially, we might be aiming for 16 per minute. Who knows? Possibly 20 a minute at the absolute most. And if this takes 2 seconds to produce 5 of them, I don't think we need to worry too much about exactly how fast the machine is running. So, yeah. Maybe I should go for direct insertion. No, there's too much stuff here. I could rotate this machine around and have the lube come in over here. And do direct insertion. That'd be interesting. Yeah, let's do that. That'd be different and interesting. So let's do that and see how it goes wrong. Because it's bound to cause issues somewhere, but at least it'll be interesting.
We now have 5 core trains.
Cool.
Really good.
And they're basically all running flat out, are they? And presumably 4 of them were, because that's why we built a 5th.
I went from 3 to 5.
Okay. But still.
So, no, there's currently 1 sitting in the station, not leaving.
Okay. Oh, so
And
1
2
second
queued
crafting
up.
time for this stage. Wow.
It's the age-old Factorio thing, though, isn't it? You spot a problem where you need like 2 more things and just double your current production.
Yeah. Right, so we need to have an input. Actually, you know what? The rate this is going to go at, I'm going to use loaders for this. Can you put loaders front to front? So just one straight into the other?
Yeah.
Thought you probably would be able to, but I thought I'd also check first. I mean, it's not particularly large numbers, but I would have to use long-handled inserters otherwise. So I think doing it like this is probably going to be quite a nice way of doing things.
I've used that in a bunch of places.
So do that.
Mostly just to go from one chest to the next chest.
Fair. In this case, I'm going to do it for science, because you take just so much stuff.
We've just told you it will work.
There we go.
You don't need to test it.
I'm not testing it, I'm using it.
You said for science.
Lasai.
Ents.
What?
Well, you said Lasai, so I just added the ents on the end because the science.
I wasn't watching it. I was
Oh.
watching this belt because I don't know whether I put the loader in the wrong way round or whether it did a shenanigan, but it was the wrong way. It ended up being the wrong way round anyway. So.
Yeah. 10 o'clock. Just because last week the talking clock wasn't working and Tristan got upset.
Pip. Yeah, I feel like I can have this achieved by the end of the stream.
Right, guys and girls, we're going to be here for a long one.
Such rude.
Oh, just saw a bot die.
Yep, same as. It was quite near me as well.
It was the same one.
Almost certainly.
You watching
Given that
Mike
we're
to make
looking
sure
at
he
the
doesn't
same
get up to
space.
anything he shouldn't.
Oh, I've been building some things, so the wretched.
Right. So I'm gonna.
You know what? I'm just flying down to the other end of this thing because
I need to get another
Oh.
belt in here now. I might need to move the water production machine because that's where the belt's going to need to go for the science.
People tell me it's more efficient to have logistics bots, satiate your personal logistics requests, etc., than it is to go and pick things up yourself. This is not my experience because I keep having to fly to the other end of the map. Get everything?
I don't know if we said it was quicker.
It's easier.
We may have said it was easier.
I mean, yeah, I suppose I get a book out, read it for a few hours, watch the bots go wrong. Yeah.
A lot of the time, you
Pretty
can just
easy.
sort of wait and let them get. You can, depending on what your request levels are like and what sort of building you're doing. If you're doing a massive building, then yes, you're probably going to run out of stuff. That's very true. But if you're just going through doing a bit at a time, doing sort of fine and fiddly stuff, then you tend to find, at least as long as if you've got enough bots, they just bring stuff out as fast as you need them.
Yeah, in this case, I need
Just
about
use that.
2,000 red belts.
Yeah, that's what I would describe as a large build.
Oh yeah. But at the same time, I also, when it comes to these things, don't. Yeah, it's just like one thing. I don't really care.
Yukito says when they heard a bot die, they wondered whether it was Marc or Mike who croaked.
See, what I like about this, Mark, is that you and I have been elevated to the efficiency and effectiveness of bots.
Yeah.
Where they just work, just get it done. You throw a thing out there and you just leave them to it.
Oh yeah, Factorio bots are known for just working and never having any
Yep.
problems. Yeah,
Yep.
definitely.
Tristan, on the other hand, has not been assigned such an honourable title.
Bots are unable to travel to other planets.
Until you put them in a rocket.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that both of you took bots with you somehow.
No, I'm pretty sure
They
you
can't
stayed
go.
behind.
They can't go and climb into a rocket.
Yeah. Put themselves in a storage chest. Or have another bot put them into a storage chest.
They can
Get
carry
loaded
each other
from them.
around, which is quite nice.
Don't worry, little buddy. You may be able to fly as well as I can, but I'm going to carry you across the base.
He ain't heavy, he's my brother. Or similar thing. Actually, that doesn't need to get that one. What I actually want to do is put that in. I've lost it. More over to the right, because then it can go
Yeah,
around.
don't worry, Madman. It's not like Freaky Friday or something like that. It's purely and simply, I have criticised the bots, and therefore Lawrence's contrary nature means that he has to disagree.
Oh no, I've always been a fan of logistics bots for supplying the player. There's never been any debate about that.
I have.
I'll just pick that up as well. Oh, I know you have, but then see previous comment about contrary nature.
I don't have a contrary nature. You do.
No, this is
I don't know what it
abuse.
is.
Stupid Pratt. It's water
Yeah.
steam. Oh, this is ice to water. Where's that? Ice to water, that recipe. And then straw down here.
See, when you say "and then," my mind immediately goes, "No, and then." And if you know what that reference is from, then you are far more cultured than I expected.
I do. I'm not sure I could tell you exactly which of those. It's one of those sort of films, but I'm not sure I could remember exactly which one it was off the top of my head. And by one of those sort of films, I mean one of the ones with Sean William Scott in, because they're all basically the same.
I couldn't possibly comment.
I'm very familiar with the scene, but yeah, telling you which of those miscellaneous teen comedies from the 90s, no, early noughties probably, it was from. That's much harder. We vary, Mr. Max. Sometimes the channel is sponsored by trefoil.be, who run various Factorio and Minecraft and so on servers, and you can get 20% off if you go along to trefoil.be/Laurence Plays and use the code Laurence Plays on checkout. So yeah, check them out if you're interested in that sort of thing. But sometimes we also play with me hosting, because at the moment our Trefoil server is being used up by the supporters server. So if you want to play on the same world we're playing in with other people who are involved in the channel, and if you become a channel supporter, you can go along and join in with that. And that is currently running on my being run through Tree4. Undo that. There we go.
Yeah. And occasionally Mark or Tristan or I, or even Laurence, if he has enough time, we'll drop in and say hi.
Yes, we will dip in from time to time and see how things are going. I mean, at the moment, I believe there's a sort of a I think at the moment there's last time I saw there was sort of some basic bus stuff going on. They had electricity, they had belts and things being made on the bus. So it's progressing slowly. It's progressing, although relatively slowly at the moment. So yeah, if you want to, I'm sure if you want to go along and help, they'd be very appreciative.
Yeah, I get the impression that people are a little bit. They're being very polite and not wanting to just go in there and say, no, this is the design decision that I'm making.
Yeah.
Which is very good of them in many ways.
Everyone's being far too.
This is all wrong.
Just make a decision, guys. Make a decision and own it.
This is not getting built. That makes me think I've run out of Roboport coverage. I have run out of Roboport coverage. That would explain it.
It's because you can put me or Mark in a rocket and send us up.
It's true. There we go. Roboport extensions. Now, am I actually building these Roboports? Norvis Orbit? No, I don't. I need to add to my wish list. My shopping list here needs to have like 10 Roboports or 20 Roboports or something like that on it. Let's ask for 40 actually, because they're pretty cheap. Because they're just a building, you know. Get 40 of them up. They can sit in the infrastructure stuff building down here, and then be automatically brought over and put in. But in the meantime, I'll go and do that by hand because I'm not waiting. Not waiting for the next rocket, because that could be quite a long time.
Mike.
Mark.
Are you looking for some meaningful stuff to do?
Yes, please.
You could connect this
power.
stone mine here.
Woo!
And maybe also connect 1 or 2 more copper fields.
Yep, I put in 2, or was it 3 copper mines last week?
Yeah, I know, but or we don't have enough copper ore trains. That could also be, but
yeah. Let's have a look. We've got 4 copper ore trains right now.
yeah.
That seems to be, unless one's been captured, 2 are filling up. One's heading to fill up. One is on its way back to drop.
Yeah, copper ore
There
was
it is, that's
empty a few seconds ago, and it's running empty
Yeah.
again.
You're
Yep,
happy.
no worries. I will.
One optimization researched. Why have you
I'll
got
put
one
that to a minute,
optimization
and then I'll
research
have a look
data?
at the
No lube.
possibilities afforded by
That would help, wouldn't it?
more copper.
We are increasing the amount of plates we have.
Plump, plump.
Once that train fills up, there will be another train load still in the station.
Okay, we are now making optimization tech cards. Dun, dun, dun. Was anyone waiting for any particular researches that required them? Or was it just, hey, that's the next thing that needs to be built, go do it?
I think it was
It
sort
was
of
just the next
a
thing.
neat point for us to say we've got all the basic space sciences done,
Fair.
and we're on to the tiered sciences.
Cool. Right, so that is the... Thank you, Johan. Yes, it's nice to have a good segue into an ad read.
And speaking of segues into ad reads,
no, I've just done an ad. Well, it wasn't so much a read, just an ad talk, but still. Since I did it off the top of my head, but yeah. Oh, yeah, we can make our bots faster. That'd be potentially useful. Because what's one of the frustrating things about bots, as Mike was explaining earlier, is that sometimes they're a little bit on the slow side. Let's put in some more
taking a
solar.
train to get to near where the bots are is just easier.
Right, let's embiggen.
Oh, I say.
Tristan, we are not bringing green efficiency modules to the main bus area, right? We are
Correct.
pulling them on
No,
site.
They've just been put straight
We're
into the
bringing them
spaceship,
to
into
the
sorry.
rocket.
Oh, okay. Could
What's that?
you also put them like in the logistic network, because currently I'm requesting a shit ton of them for the free power setup, and only getting the triple through that we make on the bus.
Yes. How to do that sensibly.
I mean, I could. Oh, well, I'll upgrade the machines to level 3 machines,
Just
assembly
bots and
machines
right
first,
clicks.
but yeah, I think it's a thing to do anyway.
Oh, so they are.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Okay,
The
I'll
extra
have
bots
a
I ordered have arrived. It's like ordering. This is
think
like
about how
ordering
to do
stuff from
that.
Amazon.
Some sort of logistic bank of stations.
Where are they? I know you're in here somewhere. There you are. Give me those. And we'll put them all in here. I'll keep 50 for myself because I'm kind of greedy. And I don't want to run out. Do construction bots crash in space as well? Or is it just logistics bots?
It's only logistic, and
Okay, cool.
yes, also in space.
So I can have a nice couple of hundred of them there and they'll be absolutely fine. Right, yes, this seems to be starting quite nicely. That's well, I mean, has it even picked any of them up? It has even picked some of them up. They're not being used, but it's got them. And that's some good productivity going through there as well. It's 50%, wasn't it? I decided, well, virtually 48%. So yeah, that's great. Glad we moved over to using one of the more advanced science labs. That's going to go nice and quickly and nice and efficiently. Even if I did have to move the water melter up here, ice melter up here. Core Frank, the Informatron tells you the best amount of miners. Well, I don't know. The best amount of miners is the more the better. But what do you mean? Yeah, so the more of them, yeah, the more of them you put out there, the slower it goes. But well, the slower each individual one goes, but you do still get more overall. So the more core miners we have out there, the better it'll get. And the funny thing is, when I was playing 0.5, where you could put core mining drills absolutely anywhere you want, I put about 6 or maybe 10 on Norvis. This time, because you've got specific places where you have to put them, we've just gone, well, we've got this place, we'll put one on it. We've got another place, we'll put one on it. We'll make sure you've got to catch them all. So we've probably got more core mining drills than I did on my previous run. How many are we up to now?
Easily.
12 of them so far. Yeah. Well, more on Norvis anyway. We've got 12 so far.
Yeah.
I think I put 6 per planet on the other planet, on the exoplanets, but I think I generally went. I think I went for more like maybe 10, maybe 12, something like that on Norvis, because I wanted wanted the stuff and had plenty of power available there, because obviously it's my home planet and therefore much better resource gathering, much better energy generation and that sort of thing. Oh, belt production, thank you. Yes, that's a good point. Let's go and have a look on Taishikutan. It's not going to have made any belts because it can't, but it will have made lots and lots of motors, so that's good. Right, you, well, let it finish this burst of them. Switch over to now. Now I want you to make belts. Now, the problem with this is that I don't really have enough yellow chests to just keep swapping things back and forth. So I'm going to be flipping this. I'm probably going to end up flipping this inserter back and forth a bit, which is a bit silly. Maybe I'll see, is there another yellow chest I can realistically claim? Why is that bot floating there? Yeah, there's only 17 bits of nonsense in there. Let's claim that chest. Then I can go back up here and down here again, and we'll have another one of those, please, and an output thing there. Now we'll be able to take in all of the... We've made 454 motors, so that's probably... Is that 454 belts? Yes, it is. And that is... that's 3 times the number I actually need on this planet, so that's great. We can get all of those built up. And what goes into an underground belt? And an iron beam. So I can get this making iron beams, and then once this is finished, I can flip things around again and start making the underground belts here as well, and finish that off as well. That's quite cool. Okay, so we'll leave this chugging away for a moment. The bots are taking all of the belts away down here to the lower priority area, which is a shame, but what can you do? I mean, I could dismantle them or disconnect a roboport or something, but I'm not going to bother about that, because there are going to be enough here. Ooh, how many belts does it take to make an underground belt? Probably quite a few. 5. We'll see how it goes. How many underground belts do we need? 109. Okay, we're not going to have enough for that. Never mind. Yeah, the diminishing returns do hurt a bit, but I mean, you've always got... Why is this? Oh, it's waiting for more iron plates. Yeah, you're always getting a bit more out the more of them you build up. So you just spam them out as fast as you can and build them up as much as possible, and then just worry about and make sure you're processing all the stuff that comes out of it, and just go, well, that's as much as I can do. And yeah, as you say, when we do the mining tech researches, then that's going to make a big difference. We're going to get a lot more out of it that way. Yes, going from basically you take the square root of the number of drills you've got, and you're producing that many times one drill's worth. So yes, if you have 9 drills, you're producing 3 times what you'd have if you had 1 drill. If you have 16 drills, you're producing 4 times what you'd have if you had 1 drill. Is it really 2 belts per? Oh, it is 2 belts. Okay, good. I might actually have enough to make all the undergrounds I need. Then we shall see. Thank you. To both Oho1 and Johan, both pointing it out, much appreciated. Yeah, so that's a good point. Is there more mining productivity? Yes, we could do mining productivity. In fact, I thought we were doing mining productivity, but maybe we did.
I queued it earlier and then looked at how many science packs it was and thought we'd want
2,000.
other stuff first.
Yeah, true. If you want other stuff, that's probably worth having. Ooh, nuclear locomotive, nice. Sounds like fun. Personal robot 2 sounds good. Better robots, yeah, also sounds good. Okay, yeah. If it's 2 per craft for both of those, then yeah. Oh yes, so it is. So we'll be absolutely laughing. That'll be great. Good. So we've now got to 33 belts. We've got still need. Oh, that's all of the belts. Right. So that should mean we are now happy over here again. Yes. This is now flowing. There was a broken pipe though as well, wasn't? Oh, there's a broken underground. Oh damn it! There's a broken red splitter. That's more of a. Oh, and a broken red inserter.
Is the splitter okay to be yellow?
Probably. Do I have any splitters at all? Up here. Got red undergrounds. I could upgrade. Oh, I've got yellow splitters. I do have some yellow splitters, so I could downgrade it. It'll be it probably will be, and if not, it'll still be better than nothing. So
downgrade it, then upgrade it again, and it won't be replaced, but it'll be marked to be upgraded.
Isn't there a thing you can do where you downgrade a
right mouse button?
Ah, right. There we go. Thank you. I knew there was a way to do it, but I couldn't remember what it was. Let's upgrade that one, and then that'll actually be built. I don't know if I've got any loaders. I could get rid of that one. I could remove that one, because I don't think that's really vital. Ooh, actually... Yeah, let's get rid of that one. And downgrade that one, and then things should start to be happy. Things should be okay again. There we go. So we've got an underground belt there. That's that fixed. All the belts around here are fixed. That pipe is still a problem, but pipe we can do over. Where's my little emergency construction area? Right, we've built up enough belts now. So let's pause and make some pipes. When next time some iron comes out, which will be not too long. And pipes are just iron, aren't? Yes, they are. 1 iron, 1 pipe. Nice. We'll make a few of those, because it's good to have spares. Now we can get that fixed. Oh, there's 40 pipes missing. Okay, apparently, well, that's all for the power generation. Okay, so we're going to make a few more pipes than than originally planned, but that's okay. We've got basically unlimited iron. I say basically unlimited. There's 7,500 of it. That's plenty. We can make a load more pipes, get all of that fixed up and working again. The underground belts. I mean, they're not vital. They're not vital for getting the vulcanite up and running. But we might as well get the power up and going as well as we can. So we'll leave that to go for a moment. Then over here, what's it take to make a repair pack in this mod? Where even is a repair pack in this mod? It takes stone, iron, and copper. Now technically we do have all of that, but the effort of building it, I'm not convinced it's worth it. The effort of getting the copper out of here in order to make the repair packs, I don't think that's practical. Not going to do that. Have we got enough pipes yet? No. Still need 10 more. now. There's 15 in there, and it says we're missing the material for 10. Oh no, 8 now. Okay. Now 1. So this updates each time I mouse over. Okay, so now we're good on pipes. Let's go back over to making belts, because I think I want to finish up all those underground belts that we're making. So over here now, this should be okay. Yes. Turns out this system is fast enough. It's slowed down a little bit by the well, I say fast enough. It's probably okay, but certainly better than nothing. So yes, we're going to upgrade some of this stuff. So we want to set that to be upgraded. Set that to be upgraded, and we'll try and put in another one of those back in there. I don't think I've got any of those, but you know, we'll put it in. At least it's marked to be put in now, so that's better. This is probably adequate.
Yes, efficiency 1.
It's a little bit slowed down, but I think it'll be okay. Now what are we short on Taishikuta? So we're missing a load of efficiency modules. Sure, deal with them. Don't care about that too much. Missing it was four long-handled inserters. I wonder where those are.
Have we only got one stone mine active other than this one that I've just put in?
Have some of these been destroyed? Switch over to map view. I should be able to see if there's any other purple flashing on. Purple on
No,
here.
no.
No, there doesn't seem to be any purple
No.
here. What's that?
That's not.
Oh, okay. An overflow. That's not going to happen. That's not going to overflow. How many belts have you got? 243, and we needed 170. Yeah, I'll leave that going a bit longer. Right, where was I? I've completely forgotten what I was getting up to over here. Yeah, we had I only had 8 meteorite defense guns instead of 41. So there was a massive attack, and one of them managed to slip through and landed right in the middle of my secondary vulcanite factory. And so because we need vulcanite in quite large quantities, I decided it was worth tinkering to fix that. So I managed to I scrounged together a couple of assembly machines and a smelter from the capsule making, and scrounged and then managed to scrape together some belts and some pipes to build up what had been destroyed. It was a bit of a faff, but you know it was it was a little adventure, so it was quite good fun. Yes. 41 would probably have protected me, but then I was going to say I don't have the ammunition to load that many. I probably do, but I'll try not to make that mistake again. Right, so we are very short of the yeah. So this was something. This is something I was thinking. The machine learning data is now the bottleneck for basically everything. So let's come over here, and now there are a number of possibilities. I could go and I could put in more. Oh, actually, no. The memory cards are also going to be a limiting factor for this now as well, and the substrate processing. Okay, so this goes back quite a lot of steps, but this is definitely a problem. So let's extend this up. Bigger brush, please, like that. Gonna need a lot more machine learning data. I could whack speed modules in all of these, but I think actually at the moment I'd rather have it run a bit slower and use a lot less power, and just efficiency module the whole thing like that.
Mark, you would now be getting efficiency modules, except we don't have enough stone. So we don't have enough glass, so we don't have enough electronic circuits, so we don't have enough.
That's why
green
Mike
modules.
is building a
Yep.
new stone.
Yeah.
thing.
The good news is I just put a new stone mine in, and I'm going to go back out there in a second with a train. With a
That's a lucky coincidence.
a series of air purifiers. But I definitely didn't forget to put those in.
1, 2, let's do 3. Why not? And let's put in that belt I totally forgot to pick up, and then put in the underground pipes along here, which I didn't forget, but the original one that I was copying didn't have underground pipes in the right place. I also didn't forget the pylons, though I just haven't put them in because again they were in the wrong place. So there. No, it doesn't reach across because that'd be helpful. It doesn't quite reach up there. Well, there I guess. And there. Right, there we go. That's going to make the substrates much more quickly. Hopefully faster than, well, I don't know whether I hope it's faster than this machine can use them. I think I probably do, because I do want to build up a bit of a backlog. Is this machine now running flat out? No, it's struggling to bring in all of the copper is coming in too slowly. I think we might need more inserters over here. Make this machine run. Why am I not just using stack inserters? That's, I mean, it's literally
Mike,
what they're for.
you remember
there,
that you
one
wanted
there.
to do some
probably don't need that,
air
probably don't need that.
purification there as well?
Why is there a
I'm just picking up the air purifiers
fast
and then
underground
heading back
belt
out.
there? Okay. Jeez. Even with 4 of these machines, that's still not keeping up. That's crazy. So it takes 4 polished data storage substrates to make 1 blank data card. No wonder I get through a lot of these things. Right. Well, this is now significantly faster. There's no power up here. What's going on? Oh, he's getting power from the other side, from the plasma generation. Right. Okay. Well, this has sped this up a bit, but it's kind of shocking that 4 decontamination facilities making the blank substrates can't keep up with 1 machine making the actual data cards themselves. But okay, I guess we'll have some more. And this is why I build in this sort of the bus pattern like this, because then when I go, oh, actually that's not quite enough, I can just come along and do this. And go, more please. Let's double that. The question is this still in Roboport range? Yes, it is. Okay, good. So that is all going to happen now.
Has anyone else noticed issues where loaders just stop unloading anything?
Yep.
No.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I tried turning it around twice.
Are you
And
sure
that
it's
fixed
plugged in? And at the other end of the cable, sir?
And have you made sure that the belt side isn't going into the machine? That's the mistake I've made with the
I
loaders.
turned it round and turned it round again, and it works.
Okay.
As in, just pressing R over it.
Right.
It was.
I was going to say it's one of those
everything
weird
looked
things. There's
correct.
2 types of turnaround on it, which makes it very, very strange.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody lost a construction bot. Somebody, he says in a passive-aggressive tone.
Somebody. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we're now making these machine learning data much faster. But I think at this point we've now got to the point where we're. These actually I think this line is getting longer. So we are producing the blank data cards faster than we're using them up. Right. Yes, to turn it off and on again. Are you sure it's plugged in? Do you know what a button is? Don't you know? Not on clothes. Routine.
Yep. One which I definitely haven't had to do at work.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
In fairness, the 4 steps that we had for diagnosing and resolving problems started off with, have you tried turning it off and on again? That you're fine. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure it's plugged in? Again, makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
And at the other end of the cable.
Yep, that's a good one.
Yeah. Followed by, and are you certain you don't have a localized power cut?
Right.
If it's
Yes.
an Ethernet cable, you've also got the swapping it round so they're plugged in the other way around, because people won't unplug and replug them.
Yeah, if you say
Exactly,
if you
yes.
say make sure it's plugged in, people go, it looks plugged. I'm sure it's fine, or it looks plugged in, or anything like that. But yes, as Tristan says, if you say swap the 2 ends over, then they have to unplug it and plug it back in again, and they're more likely to try that. So.
Yep, it's absolutely correct. It's also really annoying though when they start asking you for justifications, and because I don't trust you to do what you're told or to check it properly is not deemed an acceptable justification.
Yeah.
Which I get, although I did have someone once say to me, "Oh, you don't know why you have to turn it off and on again, do you?" As they're going, "Yes, it's because it flushes the cache out." And he went, "You just made that up." I was like, going, "No, I really didn't." What we want to
Maybe
do
I
is
did,
just
maybe I
completely
didn't.
clear
You will
it
never
up.
know.
Yeah, when they're the customer, it kind of they expect a certain amount of respect.
You're supposed to say the system hooks a function to the system cool table or something. I can't remember his entire thing.
Something,
don't
there's
want to
something
end up
about
in the
forcing
middle
an
of invalid
unexpected
memory.
reboot as well in there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Have you
Yeah.
tried forcing an unexpected restart?
Oh no, that was a separate
Yes.
thing. You're right. Yes, have you? Yeah.
No, the thing I was saying is the follow-up to that.
Yes.
His
Oh, okay.
explanation.
And you don't want to end up in the middle of what is it?
Invalid
something-
memory.
Invalid memory. Hello?
Yes. There's going to be another thing coming along here, so I'm going to do that. So these all end up on the same side of the belt. And then I'm going to go all the way down to the other end and go blummin' heck and pick up all the ones that are on the left side of the belt, because and put them back on the right side of it, because I've only just decided this would be a good idea. Now, actually, come to think of it, the system would eventually do that for me, because these machines will, the inserters will always take off the near side of the belt by preference, but I'd rather clear most of them out first, just because otherwise something stupid will happen.
I like the implication that swapping which way round a crossover cable would make any difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a decent justification, but it's sort of also a nonsense.
Yeah.
Lies to children, as they say.
Yeah. It's just slightly sad the number of arguments you end up in, which basically, I say argument, you know how to deal with it after a very short amount of time, which basically boil down to you're trying to tell me, you've asked me for help and are now telling me that I'm wrong.
The one I find most irritating is asking for help and then turning and asking someone else because they don't like my answer. And then finding that they give that person either gives the same answer or says to ask me.
Yes. That's the traditional one, isn't it? Where someone goes in and asks to speak to the manager, and then the manager says, "Oh, I don't really know about that sort of thing. You should go and talk to so and so." Why do I have some air purifiers? I'm in space.
Why do you have some air?
It's filthy up there.
Yeah, it's true. The air is not fit to breathe.
Yeah, I was gonna say the air quality is definitely not good enough to breathe. You got there before I did, which makes me sad.
What can I say except you're welcome?
Yeah. The sad thing is I know most of that song off by heart. Well, I say most of it off by heart. Bits of it off by heart.
Happily, I don't.
Is that just you're welcome?
That's quite a lot of the song,
quite a
as far
lot.
as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's a certain amount of it. It's the recurring thing. But yeah.
Wasn't there a bit where the Rock's appropriately aged daughter was watching it, and he started to sing along with it, and she said, "No, Daddy, I want to hear the character sing," or words to that effect.
I can believe it, but I don't know if it's true or not.
I read it on Twitter or somewhere similar. It must be true.
Oh, it's obviously true then. Obviously true.
It was pre-Musk Twitter, so you know.
You say it like it makes a difference.
I read it on the internet. It must be true. Has been a staple flippant comment of mine for quite a long time.
Yep. You're not the only one.
I don't know whether that's good or bad.
Yes.
It is one of those. Okay, good. I'm glad it's one of those.
It's certainly a thing.
Mil-Sci, Chem-Sci, Rocket-Sci, Space Science, Production Science, Utility Science, and the new shiny Optimization Tech card Science. Right, I'm reinstalling Marc's speaker, a science alert system.
Great.
Because it does seem like having it is a good idea. So I shall put it back again.
Simplified version.
Yes and no. It's simplified in there's only one speaker. It's complexified in that I have to use some circuit conditions and a combinator. But it's more.
But then you don't know which one it's missing.
It's true, but we can look fairly quickly and see. Anything
The idea was
is
to,
less than zero.
to at least know if it's a novice one or a space one. Maybe you do two.
Why are you blop 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 blop? It's making the noise. Why is it making the noise?
Should have done Marc's method.
Thank you for that.
Oh, because I put it on pulse, not hold. There we go.
Oh, dear.
I'd still have made the same mistake if I'd done it Marc's way. I don't think I've ever used
what you're saying
pulse.
is we're we're not using science fast enough. If we were using science fast enough, it would still work.
Yeah, yes, I suppose it would. That's one way to look at it. Well, no, presumably you'd have to have 60 of everything going through per second, and the belts don't support that to get 60 pulses. So you need a belt that had a belt speed of 120 items per second.
Why do you need that many?
Because of it needs to pulse every tick.
Oh right, yeah.
For it to not blurp. That's true. Yeah, I think as Persistent said earlier when we were complaining about tech support horrors, then yes, if people don't actually need to know the whys of anything. As long as to be honest, actually even the tech support person doesn't need to know why, as long as they know that it happens to fix that particular problem. And you can tell people to just go and just go and Google it if they want to know why and learn a bit more. And also, yes, it's rather tragic when elderly relatives eat the onion, I think is the term on Reddit they use on Reddit, as in read an onion article and take it seriously.
Yeah.
I'm going to extend that belt there because there's fewer on the corner there, so I can see that leading to an unintended side effect. Bloop, bloop, bloop. There we go. That was also an unintended side effect, but I was able to fix that one fairly quickly. I've noticed, the thing I've noticed sort of with miscellaneous relatives on Facebook is it's mostly fairly harmless, but they seem to take a lot of all the sort of the quizzes and things on Facebook extremely seriously. But oh well.
I think that's just having fun.
Potentially, yeah.
It's a bit awkward when you give out all their personal information in the guise of quizzes, but
that is a thing. I haven't noticed anything being too much. Haven't noticed too much of that happily. But it's
personally at least
reasonably harmless. Mostly harmless, as they say.
Yeah.
Ooh, another 10 advanced labs. That means I can make another space lab without having to faff around crafting other miscellanea.
Yeah, it does get very awkward though when they're going, but if it wasn't true, then it would have to be censored, right? Because that's the right thing to do. And you're there going, ooh, you've not been on the internet that long.
It's basically the serious version of my I read it on the internet. It must be true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which, as you say, is kind of tragic.
Yeah.
Right, I'm about to double our science speed because I found another 10 of the advanced science labs and therefore was able to make a tier 3 science lab. No, tier 4, because we started off with burner ones, didn't we? So we've gone burner, electrical, advanced, space. And I think there's one more to come later. Spoilers.
Yep.
How long does this take to build? That long? Oh, it's happened already. Jump, 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 jump. Ah, no, I can squeeze this in. There we go. Double the science. Oh no, I need to module this. There you go. Have some of those. There we go. Double the science. Great success. Burner is tier 0. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with defining burner to be tier 0. I saw a shadow fly across the screen and go, what's that? Oh no, it's just a delivery cannon bringing some cryonite in. That's acceptable. That's allowed.
I have installed a safety belt around this, which will slowly numb up the pollution.
Yeah, they're fairly disco ball. I mean, it's a bit of one of the nice things about Dyson Sphere program is that your science labs glow in all the different colours for the different sciences they're doing at the time, which actually means my game is about to get rather slightly more boring because I'm at some point in the not too distant future I'm going to switch all of my sciences out for just white science. But yeah, it'd be quite nice if these flashed in the colours of all the different sciences that are going on inside them. I can sort of see why they don't, given how Factorio's sprite system works. It'd be an absolute nightmare to design, but it would look awesome. I mean, yes, you could in theory do that, but
I like the way that Sophie and Persistent both at the same time came in there with this mod for that.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if they can see each other. One's on Factorio. No, wait. Facebook. No, no. That's you. Twitch. One's on Twitch. One's on YouTube. There we go. Oh dear. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Right?
But yeah, I suspect that might be one of those few things where there isn't actually a mod, just due to the sheer complexity of redesigning all of the sprites, the sheer complexity that would be required to redraw all the sprites. Persistent says, hello, other person on the other platform. If you two start having a conversation and trying to have a conversation through us, we'll probably get bored quite quickly. Oh, is there? Does it work with space exploration as well? That'd be amazing. Oh yeah, lots of different. Yeah, I think you can have one color per building for alternative recipes. Like the chemical labs actually have, no, the chemical labs even have two. He says, scrolling wildly across the map to try and get to somewhere where there's lots of, he knows there's lots of chemical labs. So over here, if you look inside this one, you've got yellow swirly stuff in the bottom bit and yellow steam coming out of that one. These are not running. That's boring. We've got white goo going around at the bottom of this, and then sort of purpley stuff coming out of the top. So yeah, chemical labs can have two different colours on them. I mean, it might be possible. I've never tried doing any Factorio modding, so yeah, I sort of want to think it's possible, but it would be probably be a fair amount of effort. There we go. This one's got red stuff.
Persistent says that she has the mod installed.
Is that for is the mod for space exploration or for vanilla labs? Because it would be quite cool. I think I'd quite like to install Disco Ball. I mean, because they are so Disco Ball already. I think it'd be quite fun to have them glowing with all the different colours. Okay, interesting. So does it flash one colour at a time and then just work its way through all the different colours? So it would go green and red and blue and grey and yellow and grey and red and turquoise and black. That's quite a disco and quite a Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Black is a colour. There's no reason why it couldn't be in a Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Yeah, it is in the song. So yes, definitely counts.
I genuinely don't remember the song. At least not
Red
in
and
that
yellow,
level of
green and
detail.
brown and scarlet and black and ochre and peach and ruby and olive and violet and mauve.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I've just noticed because I normally run around with
point.
alt mode turned on, but I've just noticed that the big pipes in space exploration, you can see the colour of the liquid inside the round bits in the middle of them, and I'd never actually noticed that because, as I say, I always have alt mode turned on.
Ah. Neat.
That's basically what I thought. Okay, I think we're sort of starting to wind down a little bit now, and it's nearly 11 o'clock. So I think I'm going to talk a little bit about the plans for upcoming. So we are going to call this point the end of Series 1 of Factorio, Space Exploration, Krastorio 2, Laurence Plays, all those sort of words in an order that makes sense. Going to take next week off because I'm going to be on stage all week, and therefore I'm just simply not going to be around to do any streams. A lot of the other some of the other videos will continue, but the Monday and Wednesday streams will not be happening next week. But the week after, we should be starting back up again straight away with Series 2 of Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration, Krastorio 2, and so on. And so so come back in 2 weeks. We might try and squeeze something in in the Monday slot, sort of just a video of some description to sort of to keep everyone excited. But basically next week's stream is not going to happen. The week after, though, everything will be back to normal, and we'll continue as normal through at least some of December. I don't think we're going to be here on Boxing Day though, because that seems a little unreasonable. So the big finish and the season excitement is that we have now got 3 more science packs. We've done all of the pre-tier science packs. Pay no attention to the advanced tech card here. So we've done all of the basic tech cards. We've done space science, we've done production science, utility science, and optimization tech card. We're throwing in as a bonus because we're playing Krastorio and we had a bit more time today than we realised. So. Series 2, we are still debating this a little bit. We're trying to decide what would be a nice, good point to draw a line for the end of Series 2. We have many ideas. We have more ideas than we have series to do. So we'll have to pick one of those and choose where we want to finish it. Persistent says the end point for Series 2 is going to be having 41 guns on each planet, I think.
Yeah, that's going to take a while. The reason it's going to take a while is because we'll
41
send
guns
Laurence
is quite
out there
a
and he'll take 4,000 belts and forget any guns.
That's true. I probably would do that. 41 guns is not the Green Day song. It's a sort of Green Day song after 20 years of inflation, perhaps. I think the song was 21 guns for anyone who didn't grow up in the who wasn't a sort of a certain age in the noughties.
Not all the same age as you, mate.
Oh yeah, everyone's the same age in here, aren't we? Yes, of course.
Mm.
So yeah, we haven't decided exactly where Series 2 is going to end. As I say, we do have some ideas, but if you want to make suggestions, then please do. We'll certainly read your suggestions and consider them. As I say, we do have some ideas. Why have I run out of circuits? What's going on here? Of something I've started. Oh, the red circuits are all getting swallowed up by the production of memory cards. That's the thing. I don't think you're one in all of the noughties persistent. Yeah, once you've done tier 1 of any of the sciences, the tier 2 I reckoned was easier. Tier 3 was then a little bit harder than tier 2, maybe similar to tier 1, and then tier 4 was a bit harder again. So yeah, possibly doing all of the tier 4 sciences is a possible ending series for series 2. That's a possibility. That was one of the things we considered. We're thinking though, in a way, we'd rather have. And I haven't really done that with this one because this was almost an afterthought of where should we draw the line? To be honest, I should have drawn the line at when we went into space. That should have been the end of Series 1. But we think we'd rather have sort of achievements, possibly not so much science-based achievements or science pack-based achievements, I think. Although, yeah, we are sort of fairly open. As I say, we are umming and erring about various different possibilities for this. So, yeah, we might go along with that one. Space elevators is definitely a good place to consider to call it an end, but to call it an end of a series, because yeah, it's a point where we would then be moving. There would be big changes afoot, so that's certainly a possibility. But yes, we shall definitely be making a start on the tier sciences next time. So we've got obviously all of the astro, the bio, the energy, and the material ones. And then, there's a matter science as well tucked in at the end. We'll debate over, when we get a bit closer to that. We'll have a bit of a think about what tier that counts as, whether it's still part of the tiers or whether it's part of the deep space stuff. Oh, and there's a singularity tech card stuck right on the end as well, after Deep Space Science 4. So that's, I mean, I'm just looking in a lab here and assuming the order they're shown in here shows their complexity. I want to have a look at the advanced tech card.
Did it have
The
all the
advanced one needs
T1s, then all the
vitamin
T2s, then all the T3s?
Sorry, what was that, Mike?
So does it have all the T1s, then all the T2s, then all the T3s in order in the lab? I didn't quite see if
they're sorted by type. So all the astros, all the bio, all the energy, all the material. So yeah, okay, maybe it's not quite. But then those are supposed to be. You have the choice between going wide or deep with those. I think it's intended to be like that. So yeah, I don't know which way around to look at that. Yeah, space. I mean, we are definitely going to want space trains at some point. We're not going to do the entire all 20 whatever tech cards, science packs in a main bus system like this. That would, I mean, it'd be possible. It would be certainly manageable, and you could build out and build out and build out. But I think you start to run into throughput issues on the belts, and you start to run into just the whole thing would be horrifically big. Here's a rocket landing. It would just get a bit absolutely horrific to trying to do that, I think. So I think we are going to go off and have a train-based system. We're going to put in more logistic systems as we get them. We are going to advance that out, and we're going to be looking at where did my train of thought go? I don't have LTN installed, so my train of thought has derailed itself. So yeah, we're going to have lots more logistic stuff, redesign the base as we go probably, and see how things go. Yes. Ooh, what's this coming in? What's all the stuff from the rocket, of course. The matter research pack. Yeah, so it probably will be. And singularity as well. So advanced tech card, yeah, that requires Vitamelange as I was looking up a moment ago. So we're not going to do that one yet because we don't have Vitamelange. Did you say there was a matter? Oh yeah, the matter science is that one, isn't it? So that's yeah, okay. If it's K2 and therefore weird, that's actually a good thing, I think, because some of us have played space exploration before, so we've done all of these things, and they're probably going to be tweaked a little bit by K2. I'm sure there's going to be some differences in there, but I think there's also going to be a lot of similarities to the way it was. Railgun turret, that sounds exciting. A lot of similarities to the way these are all done compared to space exploration. So the matter science pack is going to be an interesting one to discover. Yeah, so definitely going to be doing space trains. Yeah, the bus it's kind of chunky. I think what I would like to do, I mean, this is a starter bus really. This is a starter base to get starter science going up and starting. So once we will probably have to stick with it for a little bit longer as we try and get things developed a little bit more. But at some point, we're going to be doing things like moving memory card production off somewhere else. We're going to be moving probably maybe plasma production off somewhere else. I don't know. We're certainly going to be moving thermofluid production off, and so there's going to be. What I suspect is that we're going to do basically up here. We're going to do essentially the same sort of thing we've done down on Norvis, where we have a bus that originally had science and things being built on it, but then things like circuits get moved off, things like smelting gets moved off, and so on. So you have your core bus, which is basically it turns from being a bus that produces everything into a mall that is mostly there to produce built. Every time I zoom in, I just find stuff that doesn't fit the point I'm trying to make. Like this, that just starts becoming making buildings. Like up here, we're making substations. We're making what are those things called? The squirty towers. We're making pumps. We're making boilers for some reason, even though we're not using them anymore. We're making smelteries. All those sort of things. We're making all of the buildings here off the bus, but then things like circuits are being made here and here. And then the science packs are being made. Well, we haven't needed to move the science packs off actually, because in space exploration you tend to science at a much lower rate. So actually it can keep the rate we're producing these science packs up at it's okay building them on the bus because they're built so slowly, but then yeah, we're moving off a lot of the other bits and pieces of infrastructure. So we may end up doing something fairly similar to what I did in my last run. If we can come up with something drastically different, that might be quite nice for the sake of variety, but I don't want to do something different just for the sake of it if it's going to be absolutely horrible. What's going on here? Oh, there's been a massive upgrade of belts. Okay, that's acceptable. What do you say, Tristan?
Space elevator will make a bit of a difference, but
yes, that's true.
Not a large scale one.
Yeah, so hypothetically, let's sort of think about this a little bit. If we did build a similar sort of system to what I had before, but based around a space elevator instead of based around rockets and spaceships, all of the standard things, like basically everything that's on the bus down here and is being loaded into almost everything that's being loaded into the rocket by belt, would then go up in its own train.
No, because we were saying.
Oh no, because we're going to have separate space trains and ground trains, aren't we?
Yeah.
So there need to be a sort of an exchange system for that.
Yeah.
And
so that you basically end up with a spaceship port. It's just space train port.
Yeah. That almost feels like a shame. I mean, I know we want to split off the two different types of trains because it would look better that way. But it almost feels like a shame that you can't just have the space station on the same infrastructure system. But then you'd want to have something in the middle where stuff gets passed over. You can't set a train's destination based on what's in it, can you?
No.
Nope.
So yeah, I think we'll have to have a large area down on Norvis where stuff just gets passed from one train to another. But Celevi, that's not so bad.
Mike, do you have large power poles?
I'm glad.
Yes.
I'm glad Squirty Towers is coming on as a it's becoming a thing.
Do you have medium power poles, more miners, and red underground belts?
Are you negotiating? I'll give you some large power poles if you give me some medium power poles.
Yep, pretty much.
What were you calling squirty towers?
Squirty Towers, they're the fluid voiders.
Oh right, I see.
I was just looking at the machine that was making. I was talking about various buildings that were being made, and I was going, I can't remember what these things are called. I'm just going to call them Squirty Towers. So, yeah, it's a good name for them. And yes, it would. I mean, I don't. My expectation for this area is that it probably will remain, but it will have a lot of the things stripped out from it. So bits like this, where we're making buildings essentially, so the biochem facilities, the space manufactories, the radiators, the supercomputers, and so on. These will probably stay on here because it's a convenient supply of all of the bits and pieces that are needed for basically everything. But the stuff that's needed in massive quantities, or is a sort of the stuff that's a resource that gets used up by science production, like thermofluid or orange juice or memory cards, that sort of thing, those will probably get generated somewhere else. And yeah, and you say you don't. I don't have to split the bits and pieces off, but then you tend to run into throughput problems on the bus. So I mean, looking at this already.
Thank you.
So you don't have to split them was on the elevator, the train stuff.
Oh, you don't have to. No, you don't have to split the two off. But we decided that it looks weird having steam trains trundling around in space, so we don't want. You know what we could do, of course? We could upgrade the train system on Norvis, and we could have a train system on Norvis where you've got we've got two separate train systems. One's maglev that can go up into space, and then old stuff that's just been moved around in bulk, like things like ores, could just be moved around by the old-fashioned steam trains down on Norvis. That's a possibility. I'm not sure if I like it, but it's a possibility.
So our potential rule was going to be the space trains have to be on space rail, and the ground trains have to be on ground rail.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And so they're incompatible.
So the space train goes into the elevator and can move on space rails on ground. But
yes, but what I was thinking is you could have the two separate infrastructure systems. So we have a separate set of space rails around on Norvis that go out to sort of special places where we pick up the more interesting resources in order to take them up into space.
It would be doable.
It's a possibility. I think it's horrible, but it might be fun.
Mike, you disconnected the power for me?
Just offset by two rail widths.
Yes.
The two rail lines.
And let's have a look. So we could bring in some of the things that were coming in from distance.
Just move
could
it
just be brought over by
Yeah.
other trains.
I was trying to avoid reconnecting that up just yet on the basis that when we do, there'll be a massive pollution cloud hit. And
Now
I've not put the scrubbers up.
Yeah, but you know that these power poles power the defense wall,
It's fine. What's the worst that could happen?
which is laser based, you know.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm just having a
dear.
look at the things that are going on here and trying to think about how far away each of them comes from. So we could. Yeah, I don't know. It was a bit of a random thought, but I suspect running space rail all over, whether it's just inside or just outside the existing rails, would be a bit of a mess and probably a silly idea. So maybe we do just have and of course we don't know where the space elevator is going to end up yet. So we if we can put it somewhere where there's a decent amount of space, then we could just have a goods yard where stuff gets switched over from one type of train to the other. So it's not going to be too bad.
Since when has something been a stupid idea ever slowed us down?
Well, quite. I mean, I was saying it's a stupid idea, but it might be fun. So
Yeah.
Down there is sensible in one way, but that's also got the bus in the way for the main trunk. So up here could be sensible.
I mean, what we could do is we could link a rail from here to here. Probably a little bit lower down than I've pinged, but just going all the way across underneath the bus.
Yeah.
I
Mike, train.
I think the northern place you pinged between the red circuits and the core crushing is going to be too small. There's going to be
probably
quite a lot of stations here, and they're going to end up being quite wide because you're going to need to have.
We need to figure out how we're doing them. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, and how big the trains in space are going to be.
So it depends. Yeah, it depends how we do it, because if there's a single transfer train or two of them that are on opposite sides and they just swap over, then that doesn't matter how big the space trains are. because this will be a unique one.
Yeah, my thought was that we would have a we'd have a train. No, we'd have basically a small space train to come down to pick up a specific resource and go back up again and go directly to wherever they're supposed to be dropping it off. But that was just, I mean,
Yeah.
that was my first thought. We certainly don't have to do it like that.
My thought was a pair of shuttles.
Yeah.
That,
So they're basically
uh,
they're basically taking the place of the existing rocket, and would work
yes,
in more or less the
and-
same way.
and they take stuff up and down
Yes.
as required. And yeah, you just if you make them double-headed, then you can have storage on either side to quickly unload or load
Yeah.
quite easily.
And then
And you obviously put a fluid wagon or two on there.
yeah.
and-
The problem I see with this, ignoring the fluids for now because that's a separate problem, is that you then have to do a sort of feeding stuff through all the warehouses system like I've done at the moment, and
Yes.
I'm concerned that in the future this might be too slow throughput.
That's possible, yeah.
There's no backlog because of the way I make the videos. I'll do a stream on Monday and then do the summary videos for that stream on that Friday and Saturday. So Friday and Saturday's videos this week will go ahead as normal. So I'll be producing them at the end of this week, and then there'll be no stream and no videos next week. So this is going to be this is the end of series 1, and this is episode 17, I think. Yes, this is episode 17, or at least episode 17 will be made from this. Then we'll move on to then in 2 weeks we'll move on to series 2, episode 1. I'll try and get in a series 2, episode 0 on next weekend, as in just over a week and a half, almost 2 weeks off that weekend. But basically, we'll carry on from there. Yes, Jack, this is indeed a main bus in space because I hate bots. Well, at least I hate using that's not true. I really like bots, but I hate using logistics bots for supplying science packs and infrastructure and building and all that sort of thing. Loaders would, yeah.
You can't
yes,
filter them
but-
based on circuits.
Yeah, that. So the way this system works up here is we've got these warehouses are connected together. They're filtering out anything. We're only passing through things that don't belong in this warehouse. So what I've got is I've connected up this warehouse with a green cable to this combinator that has minus 10 million of all of the science, all of the things that are supposed to stay in that warehouse, and then everything else will then go onto here. So if there was something else, if I put something else in here, like I don't know, some mining drills, they'll immediately get passed out and passed down the system because they're not supposed to be in there. It detects that. It doesn't get a load of those subtracted from it, so it gets passed on. So that signal gets passed onto here. It passes those drills through, and they go down and down and down, and eventually end up in the one at the bottom here, which is for all the infrastructure and buildings and stuff like that. Also, yes, you can't unload a train with K2 with K2 loaders. You're quite right there. Trains unload pretty quickly if you have 12 stack inserters pulling out of them at the same time, so it's not too bad. Especially, but the thing is, you would then have to put everything through this one single column of stuff, so that'd be a bit of a problem.
At the point you've got, if you had 6 inserters unloading from the train, then the column isn't a limiting factor.
Correct. But if we start to bring in bigger
So-
trains, then we'd have, if you have a
Yeah.
2-wagon train, then we're unloading 12 at a time. It would probably keep up at least for a while, but I'd be concerned that eventually our base would expand to the point where it wouldn't be able to keep up anymore. So I think it's
We end up with 2 halves, and yeah.
yeah, and I don't know how you'd get more and more complicated. And I think it's probably worth having a miscellaneous request system like we have at the moment that's pulling up things like roboports and pumps and solar panels. Those could well be brought up by a miscellaneous train that would feed into a sort of a thing like this, or possibly just feed into a red warehouse for claiming by whatever needs them. But all the stuff that's throughput, all the stuff that's a resource or an intermediate product that's going to be used in production, certainly in production of science, I think eventually we're going to get to the point where we have massive throughput problems with that. We're already having throughput problems with red circuits and apparently green circuits. Where are all the green circuits going? What's using them all? Oh, they're all being eaten up by machine learning data. Right, I need to increase the amount of red and green circuits I'm requesting over here because it's just not keeping up. It is insufficient. So that's not going to be 2,000 anymore, it's going to be 5,000. And I remember from last time, I think I pretty much had, at one point I had set up a separate rocket system, or a separate, I think I set up a separate rocket system to bring up the copper to make the memory cards, because it was getting through so much of it. Now, having the ingots eventually might help quite a bit with that. I've noticed, I saw some as I was talking about something else a little bit earlier. I saw a load of steel go through it, steel ingots go through and then come back out as plates, so that's working quite nicely. But yeah, at the moment, I think copper might potentially be a problem later. You can, yes, you can.
Tristan,
You
you
can
removed
blacklist,
the
but
one
at least
copper station.
on the with inserters, you can't
What?
you can only blacklist 4 things, and I've got more than I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things in this one. I've got 5, and I've got 5 in most of the others. So the blacklist wouldn't quite work, which is why I went a little bit step further and did it this way.
That was
Although,
nothing
yeah,
to
it
do
would
with
be
me.
nice to would be nice otherwise. The filters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, filters go up to 5. So sorry, filters on the loaders goes up to 5. So getting closer. I mean, that might almost work actually, I guess. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, that would be a possibility if we wanted to do this. Yes, I could. I'd be able to do it for most of these. The ones where there's only 5 different things coming out, which is most of them. But the top 2 have got more than 5 items. 1, 2, 3, 4. The top one has got more than 5 things coming out of it, so I'd have had to do that slightly differently. But yes, in general, using blacklists on the filters could potentially have worked. They do have blacklists, don't they? Yes, they do. Is that stack size? You can override stack sizes for. Wait, what? No, sorry, you can't blacklist in a loader. No, so that wouldn't work. Dope. I was looking at the wrong thing. So yeah, there's no blacklist on the loader. Yes, you're quite right. No, but yes, you're quite right, Madman. To Jack, yes, you can't do Pioneerdons with space exploration, as he says. Yeah, K2 is compatible, but that's about it. You certainly, and I heard an amusing story. Apparently, if you play Angel Bobs and Pioneerdons together to try and make it even harder, it actually makes it easier, because some of them have recipes that are designed to be used in one way or in another, and so it actually manages to short circuit some of the things out of there. So playing the 2 of them together is actually easier than playing, supposedly is easier than playing just one or just the other. Now, I've never played Pioneerdons. I have played Angel Bobs all the way through, and I completed that. So I'm so that I felt was quite an achievement. There's so many byproducts. Maybe Pioneerdons will be my next attempt after my next playthrough after completing space exploration. We'll see what we feel like and how things go. Apparently, I'm being loud. Yes, well, it took me 2 years to finish space exploration the first time. So yeah, I think more than a year to complete Pioneerdons would definitely be the case. I think combining Pioneerdons with C Block would be just an exercise in masochism, and I don't really fancy that. That's just going a bit too far. I think I
C
did.
block just leads to frustration, I think.
Yeah, I think there's too much grinding in C Block. Where I mean, in Factorio, when you're playing it normally, I mean, okay, I know I've been walking around in circles for the last half hour and not actually doing anything, but in theory, there's always something to do in Factorio. If you can. You should never be waiting for something to finish. You can always go off and build some more inputs or more outputs or more machines to do it better and faster. So in theory, you should never be waiting in Factorio. But I believe in C Block, you basically can't avoid waiting and grinding for a little while. That's true, actually. Yeah, knowing the way things go and the speed we play at, the next playthrough will probably be Space Exploration 0.7, because he'll release a load of new exciting stuff in that, and we want to play it. And then the one after that will indeed be the Factorio DLC, whatever that turns out to be. So yes, you're probably quite right, Johan. may never get around to Pioneerdons, and that might be a good thing, really, for my sanity. What's left of it. So you went to Factorio. Oh god, yeah. If your first attempt at Factorio was C block, oh my god, that'd be horrific. No, I mean I wouldn't even recommend playing space exploration on your first run through. I think this is space exploration is for when you're familiar with Factorio enough. You've built up at least a reasonably big base that's capable of launching lots of rockets and doing science reasonably quickly. I don't say you have to go to thousands of science a minute or anything like that, but you should have a bit of an idea of circuits, and you should have built up. You should be used to building on quite a large scale. So yeah, I think yes, you do that until you're familiar and comfortable with the game. Then go and play. Then play space exploration because it's fantastic. 248K, I've heard of that. Is that the one that just adds in lots and lots more ore types? I don't know whether I'd get rid of K2 for my 0.7 space exploration run. Would have to see what it was like, what was new, what was changed, what was different, what the appeal of it was, and stuff like that. And it also probably depends on whether I was playing it on my own or whether I was again playing it with friends, because playing with friends does take out a lot of the headaches of trying to do more advanced mod packs, because you can go, well, you can send your friends off to go off and do other bits of the build, whereas if you're doing it all on your own,
trains, you've got to do trains. Tristan,
exactly.
how you doing?
So yeah, you can do that sort of thing. Yeah, vanilla is a fantastic place to start, David. Exactly, that's my point. Start in vanilla, then move, and then once you're comfortable with that, once you've finished or done enough in vanilla and you want something a bit more, then it's time to move on to space exploration. Probably that's a good one. There is actually there's an Angel's space exploration, is there now? Oh dear, I think that would just. They've got such different philosophies that it'd be a bit weird playing the two of them together, I think. Not sure. But yeah, so maybe... I don't know. I wouldn't like to say whether I'd play Space Exploration 0.7 with Krastorio or not. We should see. Interesting. I tend to find most people, Sophie, tend to find that you get to blue science is traditionally the big filter where people who aren't cut out for Factorio, perhaps the nicest way to put it, tend to start struggling and potentially give up. And then yellow science was the first time, was where when I was back when I was a Factorio noob, yellow science was the first one where I went, this is really, really difficult, and seriously struggled. I think I probably restarted a fair few times before I got to that point, but yellow science seemed really, really hard. So I found yellow science was definitely challenging, and then from there it's only a relatively short hop to finishing off and launching the rocket. So that's not too bad. So yeah, okay. Well, if you're happy with that sort of level of complexity, and then yeah, moving on to space exploration is probably excellent. If you're enjoying it, then you're definitely doing it right. I'm not gonna I'm certainly not going to tell you how to play the game. If you're having fun, if you're having fun, you're doing it right. As long as you're not using logistics bots in space, of course. Blue tier 3. I'm pretty sure blue science is chemical science in vanilla. It's been so long since I played it, though, I can't remember. Okay, yeah, the first oil-based one. That's what. Yeah, it's the oil processing that caused that made it the sort of the big filter, I think, and why a lot of people stopped at that point. Speaking of stopping, I noticed that it is basically it's almost 20 past 11, so it's probably about time we thought about winding up. Has everyone finished all of their Series 1 shenaniganery, so we can draw a big line at this point and go, that was great, let's kick off again in 2 weeks with the new exciting stuff?
It would be convenient if I could grab a couple hundred belts and just place them. So
Okay.
that this is so the air purifier is actually there.
Speaking of little
I'll
things,
come
have
over and
another
help
look at Taishikuten.
Thank you.
Because here I was going to start making underground belts like this. Boop. So turn that one around, turn that one around, like that. I think. Oh no, I need this. This needs to make steel beams, iron beams.
75% full on Steam on
Iron
bracket.
beams like that. 75% steam. Okay.
It's pretty slow.
Yeah, and over here on Taishikuten, it's completely full.
It should be
basically
full by
because
now.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 pumps, 5 boilers pumping into it, so presumably filled up 5 times as fast.
How many tanks do you have?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 200, 240. Ha ha ha.
Those are turbines.
Oh, tanks, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
8.
8.
The same as me then.
I didn't listen to the
But
question properly, basically.
I think you may have copied mine
Yeah, I think
and
I
then
did.
modified it.
Yeah, I just need. Yeah, I think I probably copied it and then bumped this bit at the bottom out for reasons. Not sure
I
why.
suspect you assumed that I'd done some calculations and decided it was the right number.
Maybe I copied Marc's. I don't
My-
remember.
I copied Mark's.
Okay. Who knows? I wouldn't
So
like to say.
indirectly, yes.
Yeah, Bob Angels, Angel Bob's was. Yeah, the Angels Petrochem was an interesting challenge, should we say? The worst part of it was you go through. Well, actually, the way I found it worked was you go through, you build up loads and loads of stuff, and you go, okay, well, I'll just vent this bit because I don't need it. I'll vent that because I don't need it. I'll vent this because I don't need it. And then you get to the end of it, and you'd have put in a bajillion oil, and because you'd vented so much of it on the way through, you get out 2 pieces of plastic, and you go, for goodness sake. And then you have to go. Then you go through and you realise that some of the things you've been venting, if you process them in another 12 ways, then you can make a little bit more plastic. And then another one of those, you put in another 3 processes on that, and take some of the side effects from a different one, and mix it all together in a big vat, and you get a little bit more plastic. And even then, it's still pretty slow. I remember plastic being a headache in Angel Bob's for a very, very long time. Oh dear.
I'm not sure we need this many core trains.
Or core trains.
Are they starting to all back up?
Yeah,
In
basically
the
the
thing about having a
station
single
is
core
just
train.
always full of trains.
Of empty train, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
fine.
It
doesn't matter.
It's latency rather than throughput, isn't it? So it's
Yeah.
as you say, it doesn't really matter, and it means there's another train ready to burst in immediately as soon as there's a space for it.
Oh, have you dropped a bunch of scrap down?
Possibly.
Oh no, you've used a whole bunch of data cards.
Ah, yes, that I have done.
And
No, the scrap rocket
you-
has not launched yet. It is 2/3 full.
And until now, you've barely been using any.
Oh,
Has
has it caused a
data
jam?
card.
Is there a scrap jam?
Oh, it's
Yes.
just it's a backlog in the scrap. It's fine. It just needs dealing with.
Yeah. Yes, that is quite a lot. Log.
I've only just noticed your message in chat, Tristan.
I'm sure it was relevant to something, but I can't remember what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. This belt, as you say, you set it up so it can be used to dispose of. Hang on, that's not going to work. This is not going to work. Well, assuming it's supposed to be taking all of the different things out, all it's going to take out is
Oh
stone.
yeah. That was. I hadn't finished that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That sort of thing is why.
I was going to say, if you just pass that straight back up into the yeah, there, it'll go through like that.
Yeah, it needed that doing, but before I'd programmed them,
Before you program them, yeah.
I needed it passing them through
Fair
because I was going to get distracted, as I did.
Yes.
And
Oh, you just added in the extra 1, 2, 3, 4 of additional things. Okay. Yeah. So at some point in the not too distant future, you're going to get a rocket full of scrap falling on your head, and that's going to be. How much scrap is in this rocket? Let's find out. Scrappy rocket. 40. Well, there's 14,000 at the moment, and it's 2/3 full, so it's probably going to be about 20,000 scrap. There's 58
fine.
stacked rocket sections and 12 rocket capsules as well.
Would that not be easier, Tristan, just to have one splitter to say scrap go left, everything else go right?
no, because I
Okay.
only want those things to go right. Other stuff needs to be put into the thing with the stone splitter at the top.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Wait, what? So, hang on, you're splitting off stone down here, and then you're splitting it off again
I'm
up
not
here.
splitting off stone there. That was a copy of that one because I was going to get distracted and not get a chance to update it.
Oh, okay.
This now needs to be scrap wherever that is.
I'm sure
What
there's
I'm, what I'm hearing is that this is super tactical.
Yep.
It's beyond the wit of me. mere men such as us to understand.
Launch 5 cargo rockets on one assembler for low density structures. What? And one for rocket control unit 2. Blimey. Yeah, that does sound. That is slow indeed. I'm impressed by your patience. Where are we making?
I
low
mean,
density structures?
if there's other things to do, then
Yeah,
it
true.
kind
I
of
mean,
doesn't matter.
yes, but also, crikey. I mean, this is
Oh,
our
how
low
far
density
back
structure
does this-
production system over here. It seems to stall at the moment because it's run out of copper.
Only goes back to there. The scrap. It doesn't pass the science lake.
Which isn't. I see no fish in the science lake.
Mike's probably fished them
Have
up.
you fished them all out again, Mike?
I did do a fishing expedition earlier, yes.
Seems a bit fishy.
It is going a sort of horrible green colour.
Yeah, that's the other one. Is that the I don't genuinely have no idea, but I assume fish will die if you basically let the water quality get too low.
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
I know.
Okay.
No? Okay, fair enough.
I do like how the lake
It's
is significantly greener on one side than the other. That's
yeah. I know that the
kind of pretty.
greenness of the lakes get greener as the water gets greener as it gets more polluted.
Yes, which is why it's quite nice. It was interesting. It's greener on one side than the other. The lake is always greener on the other side, as they say. Yeah, there is a
exactly.
difference in the pollution. You can see it. You can see it on the map. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, when we first started launching when we were launching the satellite rockets, I only had 4 machines making the low density structures over here, and I might start off with less than that as well. But this is
We might
horrible,
need
horrible
more-
spaghetti. We've left it
more-
here because it basically works,
Oh.
but it is pretty horrible.
I was going to say we might need more air purifiers up there, but someone has ghosted them.
Okay.
So someone agrees. I assume. Marc.
Yes, I ghosted them there, but yeah,
Ah.
didn't bother with the robots.
I didn't mean to press N then, but never mind. Yeah, I mean,
I'm all done on mine, by the way.
okay, cool. I think I'm probably about done as well. I shall go and hide in the ship, the Misfortune, as it got dubbed by chat in when we first collected it. I should go and sit in my spaceship because it seems like a nice, comfy place to wait until the next stream. Yeah, I mean, you're quite right. As long as things work, that's what matters, and it's fun to make some absolutely horrendous spaghetti sometimes because I think people sometimes appreciate it. So yeah, and it's fun to put it in and make everyone go, oh, for goodness sake, when they look at it as well.
Yep.
Right, I think this is probably going to be the end of the stream. So please check out the channel sponsor, treefuel.be. Use the code LaurencePlays, get 20% off your first month. They will host your Factorio or Minecraft or 7 Days to Die or Mindustry or a couple of other games that I can't remember off the top of my head servers. It does look a bit FTL-y, doesn't it? Now you mention it. This is the one that I didn't design. This is the one you just find out in one of the asteroid belts. Hence, we've actually got a spaceship at this point when we haven't actually researched the damn things. With ion drive, no less. Right, so as I said, there will be no stream. Yes, the Kestrel, that's the one. There will be no stream next week because I shall be busy on stage. So if you happen to be in the sort of the Surrey area, please come and watch. We are doing the Addams Family. It'll be great fun. We are. Let's see. I will be back on Wednesday of this week for the Dyson Sphere program stream. There is a GTA video coming out on Thursday. And then there'll be the normal catch-up videos at the weekend. So the two of them on Friday and Saturday to get you back up to speed on what was going on during this stream and a bit of a summary and sort of a look around and maybe a little bit of a think about what's going to happen in the future. We shall see. And then there'll be some videos next week as well. Despite me being away, there'll still be a GTA video on the Thursday. There hopefully will be another Factorio tutorial video on Tuesday, which is currently in sort of post-production. I've nearly finished it. I think it's nearly there. It needs a little bit more work. If you're a channel member, you'll get access to these videos a week early. So that's channel supporter. Sorry, so that means either a YouTube member, a Twitch subscriber, or someone who's donated it, dropped me some money on Ko-Fi, which is actually, to be honest, is the best one to do because I get a higher percentage of it that way. All of the links are in the around the channel and things like that if you can't find them. Or come along and join. And if you are a member, come along. Make sure you're if you are a supporter, make sure you come along and join the Discord because that's where all the bonus and the stuff gets appears and shows up. So thank you very much for watching, and I think I've run out of things I'm supposed to be talking about at this point. So I hope to see you all on Wednesday for the Dyson Sphere program stream. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Well, night.
Bye.
Right.